innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 57,000 participants here in South Dakota who take part in high school sports or activities.
Farmers know crop insurance is essential for managing risk. It's also valuable for maximizing revenue. The crop insurance officers at Farm Credit Services of America have proprietary tools and expertise to deliver the personalized crop and revenue protection you need for the peace of mind you want. Nobody delivers crop insurance like this. Discover the difference by calling 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
Birds like tanagers are great at flying out of the way to miss your car. Deer and other drivers are not. If you're in any kind of accident, bring your vehicle to Blaine's Body Shop in Vermillion. We repair your vehicle to pre-accident condition and handle the entire process from start to finish, including an accurate estimate and dealing with the insurance adjuster. So good luck to the tanagers, and if you're in an accident, bring your vehicle to
Blaine's Body Shop. Blaine's Body Shop. Automotive collision repair.
Let's be real. You work. You worry. You wait. You wonder. These are the challenges of life on the farm. As a community bank, First Bank & Trust understands this rural reality. They're big enough to help ag producers grow for the future and small enough to get to know you right now. Our ag bankers have ag backgrounds, which means we'll help you work through the tough years and make the most of the great ones. First Bank & Trust. Real banking, real easy.
This is what matters. This is beyond X's and O's. This is the difference mutual respect makes. This is what character looks like. This is what defines us in South Dakota. This is sportsmanship. School sports, it's not the outcome that matters most, but the way the games are played. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Every year, a coach will sit down with his team and put together a list. The list always starts with winning a state title. And from there, you work on down other goals you would like to accomplish. Whether it's individual goals, team goals, and you build one after another. In the historic career of John Brooks, it seems like this year has been like any other. And, well, you can look and say that it has been. Of course, being 15-0 has its perks, but this season has been special. Not necessarily because of being undefeated 15-0 on the season, but maybe because of the small tasks that don't always get mentioned, including beating West Central. Never been done by head coach John Brooks. Check that one off the bucket list. Another goal that has always been on the list for the Vermillion girls is winning a DAC-12 title. And when it comes to teams such as West Central and the past Dakota Valley, even T-Area, who's always had a successful team, Vermillion girls have never quite put the full grasp on a DAC-12 title. Well, tonight is unlike any other. Tonight is almost a championship game because tonight it's two teams that face off both 8-0 in the DAC-12. On the line for tonight, a share of the DAC-12 title, and for whoever wins tonight, still an opportunity to win it outright. In fact, go 10-0 in the DAC-12. That is very, very rare to do. To run the tables through half of your season, through the toughest conference in the state of South Dakota, is just unheard of. But tonight, the Vermillion girls get a step closer. Welcome to Live Ticket TV, along with our producer, color man as well, Cole Larsh. I'm Heath Nimke. We have ourselves a doozy of a doubleheader for this evening. A game that was first on the schedule just as a girls' game for tonight. But as we've seen so far this season, snow impacts the boys' game, gets moved to this doubleheader, which ultimately it feels like it worked out perfectly, and we get set for two big matchups, including, as we mentioned, welcoming in the Sioux Falls Christian girls, who are receiving votes according to the media just outside the top 5. And on the opposite side, the media puts them at number 3. Others would debate that topic, including myself, who I believe Sioux Falls Christian is actually number 2 in Class A. Dakota Valley, Sioux Falls Christian, and then Sioux Valley. But nonetheless, let's just make it easy. Number 3, the Chargers for the boys' side, a team that I have gotten to see now a couple different times this year, and they certainly live up to the hype. Before we get more into tonight's broadcast, let's thank our sponsors, including Northern State University. At Northern, you'll receive an education that's high quality, affordable, and personalized for you. You'll experience hands-on learning guided by world-class supportive faculty. You'll also enjoy a campus life with opportunities to choose from numerous student activities and events, all in a safe, welcoming community at Northern State University. Well, before we talk more about this girls' matchup and we get into our conversation with head coach John Brooks, as I mentioned, the Sioux Falls Christian boys, they have been dynamite so far this season. Got to see them be in the Hoop City Classic earlier this year. That was during the Christmas break, and they had a great game against a team from Wyoming, Thunder Basin, where they jumped out early in that game. That was the last game of the evening. The game didn't start till it was after 9:30, if you will, but able to jump all over Thunder Basin, never look back, and that has how this season has really been for Sioux Falls Christian. They've even played some Double-A opponents, getting wins like Thunder Basin, as I mentioned, Sioux Falls or Corbin. This is all on the boys' side. Watertown, even a great Unity Christian team from the state of Iowa. They have a couple more teams of Double-A, including Sioux Falls Jefferson coming up on the schedule. And by the way, something that's going to be interesting, on February 17th, this Sioux Falls Christian team will take on Sioux Valley. But again, as we mentioned, they have been dynamite so far this season. Their only loss, of course, comes against the number 1 team in Class A, Dakota Valley. That is, again, the Sioux Falls Christian boys. Just a quick look at them. Otherwise, as we get you set for game number 1 of our doubleheader, 15-0 overall, 5-0 in Region 4, 8-0 in the DAC-12. The Vermillion girls take on a Sioux Falls Christian Chargers team that is 13-1 overall, 4-0 in Region 3, and as we look at 8-0 in the DAC-12, both teams have this game tonight and then one more DAC opponent, or DAC-12 opponent, excuse me. And looking at the competition coming up for both Vermillion and for Sioux Falls Christian, you expect them to both win. So this is why tonight is a championship night for the Sioux Falls Christian Chargers and for the Vermillion Tanagers. By the way, for Sioux Falls Christian, their only loss does come back during the Christmas break. That was back on December 29th against Wagner, where they got beat up by Wagner as well, 62-29. So you can draw on that experience and say, hey, Vermillion already beat Wagner. We should win again tonight. But the one thing I'll draw you to is some other games that happened recently that you can look at. Just as Vermillion beat up Canton, the very first game this season, just on Tuesday, Sioux Falls Christian also beat up Canton 65-37. They even played Parkston on Monday night and won that game 62-36. A lot of common opponents between the two girls basketball teams and a lot of familiar scores for both Vermillion and for Sioux Falls Christian. The only other game that I would say really stands out to me as of an interest score-wise is the Sioux Falls Christian Chargers were tested against Garrettson, winning that one 57-50, and that was a couple weeks ago. So again, you look at common opponents, 13-1 overall. There is a reason why this Sioux Falls Christian Chargers team is receiving votes. The first time this season that they have been receiving votes, they have been off to a great start, but other teams just being undefeated, as we mentioned, Vermillion, Wagner, and Red Cloud, even St. Thomas More. A lot of fans out there in the West think it's a great team. It has definitely left the Chargers on the back burner, but starting to make noise as we push towards the latter portion of the season. Well, speaking of that, we're going to be talking more about the region standings. We'll also see if we can't catch up with head coach Dan DeYoung of the Sioux Falls Christian Chargers. And of course, head coach John Brooks is on his way to talk more about this matchup tonight, so you don't want to go anywhere. Again, tonight's broadcast here on Live Ticket TV is brought to you by Live Ticket TV, your home for 70-plus schools with high school sports here in the state of South Dakota. Are you ready to advertise today with Live Ticket TV? Well, get a hold of me, Heath Nimke, and we'll get you started with the right marketing campaign. You can also join the Live Ticket TV family today and download the app. And don't forget, Live Ticket TV is your home for all things Vermillion, including, as we speak, over the past couple of days, we have been putting together the spring baseball season and also the softball season, taking a look at a little bit of track and field in there as well. And yes, we will have more winter sports, including some wrestling. We'll have more details on that and also what's coming up for this weekend, all on the pregame show. All right, it's time for my first break. When we come back, we have more on the girls' matchup between Sioux Falls Christian and Vermillion. That's on the way next on Live Ticket TV.
Times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Agraria Insurance Company, protecting what's important in life. Contact your local Agraria Insurance Company agent.
Advertising can be a struggle. Where to spend your money? Are you reaching the right audience? If you are looking for an effective method that reaches a large fan base at once, then here is your spot with Live Ticket TV. With over 65 schools in the state of South Dakota, we can help you find the right market. Plus, you can work with me, Heath, and a portion of all sales made go right back to the school. Get a hold of me today and let's get started in helping build your brand with Live Ticket TV.
At Northern State University, your future starts with an affordable education that's personalized for you. Experience hands-on learning guided by world-class supportive faculty. You'll also enjoy a full campus life with opportunities to choose from numerous student activities and events, all in a safe, welcoming community. At Northern, you'll find a college that's right for you, a place to belong. Your future starts here. Unleash your potential at Northern.
There's no better organization that gives back to the student athletes than the Booster Club. The Vermillion Booster Club is committed to helping all student athletes grow. Join the Tanager faithful today by becoming a member at GoTanagers.com. While you're there, check out Team Apparel for your favorite sports team. Like them on Facebook to stay up to date on all the latest information and sports games. Join the Vermillion Boosters today and go Tanagers!
Agriculture is like no other business, which makes Farm Credit Services of America like no other lender. Owned by the farmers and ranchers we serve, our customers have a voice in how we work, a stake in what we do, and share in our success. Discover a lender that works for you at Farm Credit Services of America.
Hi, this is Kristen Cunningham with Chic Boutique by Kristen & Company in Centerville, South Dakota. We are an all-size inclusive boutique offering sizes small through 3X on many items, including denim jeans and jackets, shackets, pants, skirts, graphic tees and sweatshirts, joggers, school swag, hats and caps, many fashion accessories including purses and lots of jewelry. And we also offer gift items for birthdays and weddings. Get your shopping fix at 636 Broadway Street, Centerville, South Dakota. Open Tuesday through Friday, 10 to 7, and Saturday, 10 to 4.
Welcome back inside the Birdcage as we get you set for tip-off tonight between Sioux Falls Christian and the Vermillion Tanagers. Sioux Falls Christian boys coming in ranked number 3 in Class A. The Vermillion boys trying to bounce back after a 3-point loss to a Beersford Watchdogs team who is 11-3 on their season. A valiant effort, a 3 at the end that didn't draw iron from Zone Robinson. And again, the boys just fell short, but they went down 13 points in that third quarter to eventually tie it up in the fourth quarter and give themselves a chance. We'll talk more about the boys coming up here in just a little bit, but right now we're getting you set for this girls matchup as tonight's broadcast here on Live Ticket TV is brought to you by First Bank and Trust. Enjoy the convenience of digital banking from anywhere, including fast and secure mobile and online options. Customized features let you streamline banking tasks across all platforms, even other financial institutions. Banking has never been easier with First Bank and Trust. Now, we were not able to catch up with head coach Dan DeYoung over the phone, but he was able to get back and forth with us a little bit in pregame conversations. And this is, well, a Sioux Falls Christian Chargers team that if you're just following the Vermillion Tanagers are really starting to get in depth with the girls over the past few years and haven't really paid attention to them and are just getting, I should say, more in depth this year. This has been a Sioux Falls Christian Chargers team that has always had the number of the Tanagers and a lot of close games. And one of the big reasons for Sioux Falls Christian is just like their boys, very talented. They have a lot of different girls who can go off on any given night and go out and put up some big points. But in years past with this Sioux Falls Christian team, it seems like they've had a lot of different great talent, but there's always been that one key role player that was guaranteed to go off for a minimum of 15 points, and usually that role player not only could step back out and shoot the three, but also had the size inside, where you're not really seeing that this year. Now, if you've been following Sioux Falls Christian girls in our broadcast for the past few years, some of these names are very familiar, including Ellie Lems, Peyton Popema, and you'll also remember Maya Nelson from a year ago. So there's a few key starters back from a year ago with this Sioux Falls Christian team that has been just playing lights out once again this year, but they're just not have that one key player. And what makes this such an interesting Sioux Falls Christian team, and you really see this in Class A, and you can even say in Double A, what makes teams special is not maybe the talent that teams have, but when it comes to the depth they are able to bring. We saw that on Tuesday evening with the Vermillion girls when they were able to beat the Beersford Watchdogs, a team that just Beersford didn't have many reserves they could go to, and going 3-4 deep into the bench wasn't possible, and that talent wasn't able to keep up with what Vermillion was able to bring off the bench. When you talk about Chandler Cleveland, who you go, Chandler Cleveland, Taylor Roovers, Lydia Regnaris, Claire Doty, you put those four girls on a lot of other Class A teams, and they're going to be starters. They just don't happen to be starters with Vermillion because of the starting five that's in front of them. That's how good the depth is with the Vermillion Tanagers. Now, that being said, that's exactly what you're going to see with Sioux Falls Christian tonight, as they'll bring on Brenna Beakley along with Katie Vanderleest, Ava Ritz, and Aubrey Van Beek, who will all come off the bench and give big minutes to Sioux Falls Christian, all provide an offensive spark as well as help out defensively. So that is how this Sioux Falls Christian Chargers team is 13-1. they match up extremely well depth-wise when it comes to the Vermillion Tanagers. Maybe not something they match up as well with Vermillion is their size. That is where Vermillion is dominant once again tonight. We saw that with Brooklyn Voss and Leah Herbster on Tuesday. Again, some missed shots inside, and that will certainly be a key emphasis to look at in these first two quarters against Sioux Falls Christian, is who can dominate the glass inside and who can finish off those shots. Can they score? And can, more specifically, Brooklyn Voss and Leah Herbster stay out of foul trouble as well? We have seen games where they've dominated size-wise, but have gotten into foul trouble that we haven't seen them as much. This will also be a Sioux Falls Christian defense that runs very similar to Vermillion, where they can bring on girls, run the 1-3-1 press if they want. They can drop into a zone. They can also switch to a man very, very well. Again, the couple key names to look at, or at least one you should really expect tonight if you want to look at one talented player for the Sioux Falls Christian girls. That is, of course, Ellie Lems. She's just been lights out the past couple of years and now is a senior this year. One other thing to look at Sioux Falls Christian is tonight's matchup comes with just one practice. They played on Tuesday, but they actually also played on Monday as well. And then, of course, the Sioux Falls Christian Charger girls are also in the DAC-12 NEC class. So they have 4 games here this week compared to just 3 for Vermillion. And as we mentioned earlier, this game has so much hype going into it, as this is a chance to have a share, at least right now, of the DAC-12 conference title. And again, both teams coming in 8-0 overall. Sioux Falls Christian has this game tonight in Tri-Valley coming up a little bit later on. You expect Sioux Falls Christian to win that. You'd also expect Vermillion to beat Dakota Valley coming up next week. So this kind of is a championship game. If you win this game, more than likely you are going to win your next one, and you are going to be officially the DAC-12 champions. Something the Vermillion girls have never had before. And this DAC-12 has now been going on for 11 years. Certainly would be something special if the Vermillion girls could get that. Of course, the Vermillion boys, that's always one of their main goals as well. They won the DAC-12 title a couple of years ago when they also went undefeated. And that is also something else for the Vermillion girls tonight, putting their undefeated season out there on the line. Sioux Falls Christian girls coming in receiving votes according to the media, just recently receiving votes to be inside the top 5. And again, some would argue they don't get enough of a look at because their only loss this season does come against Wagner, and it was a very big loss against Wagner, 62-29. But again, I blame that on Christmas break. You come back out of the moratorium, have one practice to get ready for Wagner, then all of a sudden it was that game to go up against Wagner. Otherwise, since then, we're talking they have played some AA teams. Sioux Falls Christian has, and they've handled their past 2 games this week with just flying colors, beating Canton 65-37 and beating Parkston 62-36. And of course, you can't forget about the Vermillion girls. Their dominating win against Beersford, taking care of business. But after scoring just 32 points against Laverne, Minnesota on Saturday, that's still a little bit on everybody's mind. The one thing that Vermillion has been tested so far this season is going late into games and squeaking out wins. Again, you look at the Vermillion girls, 15-0 on the season, including 3 of those victories coming by 1 point. And again, have upset teams along the way, including West Central, T-Area, Wagner, all ranked higher than them, and getting those upsets to get all the way up to number 2. And it also sets us up for number 2 versus number 1, Hamlin, coming up on Saturday for the Vermillion girls. And of course, that's the question. Can they remain undefeated and go into that matchup undisputed number 1? Or does Sioux Falls Christian Chargers have something else a little bit in mind? Gonna be exciting. We haven't talked a little bit, or I should say really much, about Vermillion Tanagers yet here at the pregame show, and that's because we're saving it. Why? Head coach John Brooks is on the way next to talk about the girls getting ready for this matchup, and of course, as they have their eyes set as well on Hamlin, and also finishing out the season. After this weekend, only 3 games left. And we'll talk about how those 3 games don't necessarily play in favor for the Vermillion girls. Again, that's all coming up with head coach John Brooks here in just a moment on the pregame show. Tonight's broadcast here on Live Ticket TV is brought to you by Masaba. At Masaba, people are valued as much as performance and ethics are a way of life. Join the talented team developing and delivering unparalleled, dependable solutions to partners around the world. Share your expertise, skill, and commitment to excellence with them and become a rock star of their growing company. Apply today at Masaba.com. Head coach John Brooks is on the way next here on the pregame show.
Let's be real. You work, you worry, you wait, you wonder. These are the challenges of life on the farm. As a community bank, First Bank and Trust understands this rural reality. We're big enough to help ag producers grow for the future and small enough to get to know you right now. Our ag bankers have ag backgrounds, which means we'll help you work through the tough years and make the most of the great ones. First Bank and Trust. Real banking, real easy. Member FDIC, Equal Opportunity Lender.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Agraria Insurance Company, protecting what's important in life. Contact your local Agraria Insurance Company agent.
Limestone canyons, flowing waterfalls, and pristine beauty make Spearfish a sanctuary for those seeking the ultimate escape. Outdoor enthusiasts will find top-notch sport climbing, mountain biking, and UTV OHV trails. Guests are steps away from peaceful hiking trails and tranquil streams. Relax and rehash your day's adventure at one of our award-winning local breweries. Finding rest is an important part of any adventure. Lodging in Spearfish comes with a variety of choices, from cabins, B&Bs, and campgrounds to the comforts of your popular brand-name hotels. To find your unique adventure in Spearfish, go to visitspearfish.com now.
If you are self-motivated, accountable, and eager to learn new skills, we'd love to talk to you about a rock star career. Masaba in Vermillion is hiring full and part-time manufacturing positions for the rock industry. Masaba provides comprehensive training in a clean, safe, and state-of-the-art facility. Masaba offers competitive wages, a fun and interesting work environment and culture. Join our team of rock stars. Visit masabainc.com to learn more.
At Northern State University, your future starts with an affordable education that's personalized for you. Experience hands-on learning guided by world-class supportive faculty. You'll also enjoy a full campus life with opportunities to choose from numerous student activities and events, all in a safe, welcoming community. At Northern, you'll find a college that's right for you, a place to belong. Your future starts here. Unleash your potential at Northern.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 57,000 participants here in South Dakota who take part in high school sports or activities.
Farmers know crop insurance is essential for managing risk. It's also valuable for maximizing revenue. The crop insurance officers at Farm Credit Services of America have proprietary tools and expertise to deliver the personalized crop and revenue protection you need for the peace of mind you want. Nobody delivers crop insurance like this. Discover the difference by calling 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
We knew going into this week it would be huge. 3 games, including one you couldn't overlook with Beersford. Check that one off the list. A DAC 12 title, at least a share of it on the line. and a chance to play number 1 in Class A, to be outright number 1. That's all been on this week's agenda. And as we get into game number 2, 8-0 versus 8-0, if you will, inside the DAC-12, receiving votes. Sioux Falls Christian taking on number 2 Vermillion, undefeated. Now, I had to go over our records going into this game and seeing exactly what it has been like for Vermillion girls in the past. Now, when it comes to head coach John Brooks, making the state tournament is nothing new. It has been done in recent times, including going back 6 years ago, and it looks like Vermillion has a very good chance at making another state tournament, but they've never been the way they've ever been this season. You go back to the best record ever in the state tournament, 17-9, if you will, for the Vermillion girls. 15-0 this season, a chance to win a DAC-12 title, something they have never done before, and still remaining undefeated. It's going to be a huge task tonight against Sioux Falls Christian. So, what does it take for Vermillion to get it done? Now, again, they do come in as the favorites against the Chargers, and playing at home certainly is going to help. But this is a Chargers team that has only had 1 loss on the season, and they're firing on all cylinders right now. To get us ready for this matchup and to talk about how this girls basketball team is so darn special, here he is on our pregame show. It's head coach John Brooks. Coach Brooks says we get ready for this huge matchup against Sioux Falls Christian. We were just talking off air about all the records with your team, historic, and what you've been able to do at Vermillion High School. And even you look back at your time and you've made to state tournaments before in the past. Has this been unlike any other season when it comes to the media hype around this team and how easy it is to have access for all these girls, especially with all the video stream that's happening nowadays?
Yeah, even whatever it was 5-6 years ago when we made a state tournament, social media was obviously a thing then, but I feel like it's even amped up even more. And, those things, I don't remember doing as many interviews back then as I do now. And, not only with just our streaming services, but Keloland, KCAU, all those things. The Argus has had articles, Mitch, we just kind of hit them all here. And, it's the first time we've been undefeated this long. And so, with that, those things are going to happen and come. And our girls, for as young as we still are, have handled it really well.
Continuing on, you talk about all this media attention. I feel like some of it comes from as well the classics that you have participated in. You've been making this move, as in the past couple of years, to play more competitive games, knowing the experience, knowing the talent that you've had coming up. We've seen you have, as we mentioned, success with it. Do you think you fell in all the right classics? Do you think you made all the right moves this year to be as competitive of a schedule as it could possibly be?
Yeah, I don't know. I questioned it early in the year when I looked at our schedule. I thought, even as the coaching staff, I don't know if we can survive this schedule. We thought it was almost too tough with our non-conference schedule, then all the classics that we're in, and we're like, well, we're going to get beat down here eventually. And our girls just continue to surprise us. They just keep bouncing back, and in big games and in big environments, they just keep showing up and doing what they've been doing. So I guess now we can look back and say, well, we're glad we did it, and obviously we got a really good Sioux Falls Christian team tonight, another big classic coming up Saturday, so hopefully we can keep it going.
And we'll talk about those 2 games coming up here in just a moment, but I think something else that you have to look at when it comes to a success like your team is not what you do on the court necessarily, but also what you do off the court. How is your chemistry off the court, inside the classroom? Are you friends? How does everyone get along? We saw this yesterday was National Women's Day. You guys participated in another evening activity together. How close is this group of girls off the court?
I think that's probably the best thing we have going for us, and I think it all started last year too, with all these kids being on our roster last year, and And then just rolling right into this year, we have a group of kids that just absolutely love being around each other and love basketball. And, when you can get that at the high school level, it can really take you to another level. And, last night was a great night for our group, being able to, obviously we had the women in sports game at, when we all had our t-shirts at the beer shirt game, which was awesome, presented us by Shields. And then last night we got to go watch Big Crow, on about the life of Sioux and Big Crow. And, even me, who's been around and old enough to know all this stuff, I didn't even quite know the full story. And for us to all be able to go watch that and just kind of open up our eyes to things that are bigger than basketball was really cool.
And going off that, before we get into this game, I want to continue to roll on. You add Coach Knutson to the coaching staff, and you also step away out of school. You take on a new adventure in life. Has that also helped, adding Coach Kelly, having Coach Hansen there as well, having Coach Carey, and then you just making this new adventure? Has that maybe taken a little bit of stress off your life to enjoy the moment with the girls too?
I tell our parents this at our banquet at the end of every year that I, as a head coach, I cannot be more lucky to have the assistant coaches that I have. I started this my 10th year. Carrie came on with me right away. She's been here all 10 years, and then Doug came on the second year, so he's been here the last 9. And you look around the state, you just don't get coaching staffs at the high school level that stick together that long, And they're going through working with the kids every single day, coaching their ski games, coaching their JV games, around for the varsity games, taking time away from their families and their kids, and for us to have that is just unbelievable. And then we go ahead and add Kelly this year, and I don't know, you've got to have 30 years of coaching experience. Anytime you put somebody on your staff that has that much coaching experience, you can't go wrong. So, I'm pretty dang lucky as a head coach. And you always say this in team sports, but it really is a full team effort. Our coaching staff, our assistants do a great job.
At the beginning of the year, you put together a list of goals. I'm guessing the top goal there on the list is to win a state title. Then everything after that becomes these smaller girls to work up to the ultimate one to check off. It seems like you've checked off a lot, including in this list is winning the DAC 12. Coach, how many on the list have you checked off so far?
We got they're all going to hit this week. Obviously the top one of them on there just get better every day, and that's something we're trying to do every single day. We want the 1 seed in region. We're set up to get that if we continue to play well. We want to win the conference regular season title. That's a big factor, and that's going to be with Sioux Falls Christian tonight. And we want a chance to win the DAC 12 conference tournament, which we're going to have a chance to do that on Saturday. And we're trying to knock all those off the checklist before regions, and then the ultimate goal of the state tournament, state championship hit. So we got a big 2 weeks. We positioned ourselves to have a chance to reach those goals, and now they're right in front of us, and it's time to go compete for them.
That's right. Here we go. Let's get ready. This is not for ultimately the DAC 12 title yet. Both teams come in at 8-0 overall in the DAC 12. You at least get a share if you win tonight. You can win that outright coming up against Dakota Valley on Tuesday evening, back home inside the Birdcage. Looking at this Sioux Falls Christian team, in years past, I think you would agree with this, there's always been that player for Sioux Falls Christian that's going to be big inside, get a lot of points, but they can step out and shoot the three. Ellie Lems is a great player. She leads Sioux Falls Christian scoring, but I don't know if she's that one specific player. But yet this is a Sioux Falls Christian team that is like Vermillion. They can go 4 or 5 deep into their bench, and those girls they bring on would be playing starting varsity somewhere else. How well and how difficult do you match up today against Sioux Falls Christian?
I think both teams are really mirror images of each other, and they're very, very balanced, very deep. Ellie Lems she's a beast. I mean, she is as good as it gets in the paint, physical, works her tail off. She takes a lot of attention, and then they put 4 kids around the perimeter that can flat out shoot the ball. And if you're not solid in your half-court defense and in your rotation, and you give them up open looks, the game's not going to go well, and because they can flat out shoot it. So extremely well coached. They get after you in their full court pressure. They try to turn you over with their athletes. You watch them on film, and people that watch them tonight will absolutely understand why they're 13-1.
And continuing off that, you talk about Ellie Lems. So we say player for player, right? You get Lems, we get Brooke Jensen. But then you look at the experience, Peyton Popema. You look at Nelson as a sophomore who's been good. You can go even to Harrison as a senior. Where is this mark for the Vermillion girls that you give your team a slight edge over Sioux Falls Christian?
I think we have to have productive minutes out of our bench again. And we need our starters to score tonight. We struggled a little bit against Beersford. We need our kids, Casey, Brooke, Leah, kind of those big three, Brooklyn, that can do a lot of our scoring. We need them to step up and put the ball in the hoop tonight, because Sioux Falls Christian scores it too well for us to have lapses offensively. So that's as important as defense is, and rebounding, like we always talk about, tonight it's going to be really important to score the basketball.
Well, let's continue on. You talk about scoring the basketball. You and I have always joked around and even talked about at the beginning of the season. If you get to 60 points in a girls' high school basketball game, there's not many games that you're going to lose. It seemed like you were on a good trek to begin the season. You've dropped off to scoring about an average of 52 points a game, whereas Sioux Falls Christian an average of 56. So just in that small battle there, you're going to lose. So where is that number at for your group tonight that you need to get to, that you can look up at the scoreboard and say, you know what, if we get to, is it 60? Is it 55? I feel comfortable that we're going to win this game.
I think both teams are so good defensively that it's going to be interesting tonight to see how well both offenses play, because both teams can really defend, and we got good athletes on both sides. It's kind of like the Laverne game, where you're really going to have to grind out good possessions in order to score the basketball. So what's that? I think we'll be able to tell kind of after the first quarter of what the flow of the game is like, and if teams are getting good shots. I could see it being a slugfest as well, where the scoring is not coming really easy, and both teams are really defending and rebounding. So it's going to be one of those games. It's going to come right down the fourth quarter, and a mistake here, a mistake there, or a play made here or there is going to end up determining this thing down the stretch.
Well, not to sound braggish by any means, but if it's going to come down to the very last second, very last shot, we have seen your team 3 different times win by 1 point. You have been tested to the very last second. Sioux Falls Christian hasn't necessarily been tested. They've had 1 close game, and of course they had 1 loss. That was by a large margin to Wagner. What do you say to your girls when that time comes around?
Yeah, you just draw back from those experiences. You can't panic. Whether you're up some, whether you're down some, 3 minutes left in the game, there's a lot of game left to be played. You can't panic. Keep playing possession by possession, and we'll see what happens. And we're back in our home gym tonight, so hopefully we shoot it better. Hopefully we knock down some free throws tonight. Those are always big in these types of games, and it should be a fun one.
Back home once again, and it definitely feels good. And no offense, but Vermillion, when it comes to home games, and you talk about the Vermillion boys in the past, and even the Vermillion girls, when teams like this are undefeated and playing extremely good basketball, especially with what's on the line for tonight, this is going to be a ruckus crowd, and certainly will play in the favor of the Vermillion girls. And as I just mentioned, maybe that X factor. This has been a Vermillion team. Yes, undefeated on the season, but yes, has been tested to the very last second, and they have yet to blink. Do they blink tonight, or can they put up number 1 versus number 2 undefeated? Hamlin is waiting in the wings Saturday evening. Don't overlook this game by any means, because this is a chance at a share of the DAC 12 title, a chance to win it outright coming up next Tuesday. Sioux Falls Christian receiving votes number 2, Vermillion. Tip and your starting lineups are up next here on Live Ticket TV.
Birds like tanagers are great at flying out of the way to miss your car. Deer and other drivers are not. If you're in any kind of accident, bring your vehicle to Blaine's Body Shop in Vermillion. We repair your vehicle to pre-accident condition and handle the entire process from start to finish, including an accurate estimate and dealing with the insurance adjuster. So good luck to the tanagers, and if you're in an accident, bring your vehicle to
Blaine's Body Shop. Blaine's Body Shop. Automotive collision repair.
Let's be real. You work. You worry. You wait. You wonder. These are the challenges of life on the farm. As a community bank, First Bank & Trust understands this rural reality. They're big enough to help ag producers grow for the future and small enough to get to know you right now. Our ag bankers have ag backgrounds, which means we'll help you work through the tough years and make the most of the great ones. First Bank & Trust. Real banking, real easy.
With the sound of Vermillion in the background, the birdcage continues to pack up for this DAC 12 matchup. Again, Vermillion girls 8-0, Sioux Falls Christian girls 8-0 in the DAC 12. Winner moves into sole position of first, with both teams having one game remaining coming up next week. And for the Vermillion girls, as we just got done hearing, head coach John Brooks talking about number 1 Hamlin coming up on Saturday. Cole, we just got done hearing from head coach John Brooks talking about how it could either be a slugfest, low-scoring affair, or this one could be a points onslaught. One indication that you always like watching is how teams shoot the basketball, and it does actually seem to translate into the game. When watching warm-ups, Vermillion does seem to be hitting shots a lot more than Sioux Falls Christian. I know it doesn't always translate into, but what type of game do you expect this to be tonight?
You know, honestly, I'm expecting to see an absolute low-scoring slugfest here. I think both defenses have proven themselves over the course of the year, and I mean, you can always argue that, oh, look at Sioux Falls Christian, they allow so many points, but it's just they play a different style of basketball. They want to get shots up fast on the offensive end. That's why the opponents score so many more points. Then you look at their one loss to Wagner. That was the 3rd or 4th game of the season, so you can just completely scratch that off. I'd expect a defensive slugfest in this game. However, I must say, if it is if it's a really high-scoring game, I would not be surprised either, just based on the caliber of these two offenses. They've proven themselves over the course of the season, but the way Vermillion's defense is played, I think they're going to try and keep this one low and close.
It's something that we heard head coach John Brooks mention, and I talked about it as well. Vermillion has actually been tested in close games so far this season, and so far, they've come out on the right side. If it is close, the question is then, does the luck of the Vermillion girls finally run out, or do they move to 16-0 and take on number 1 Hamlin, who's going to be tested tonight too? They play what used to be 4th-ranked Castlewood. A couple losses have knocked them outside the top 5. Yes, it's a Class B team, but certainly going to be one to watch for tonight as well. All right, it's time for our national anthem. When we come back, it's our opening tap and our starting 5 between Sioux Falls Christian and the Vermillion girls. That is on the way next here on Live Ticket TV.
This is what matters. This is beyond X's and O's. This is the difference mutual respect makes. This is what character looks like. This is what defines us in South Dakota. This is sportsmanship. School sports, it's not the outcome that matters most, but the way the games are played. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Agraria Insurance Company, protecting what's important in life. Contact your local Agraria Insurance Company agent.
Advertising can be a struggle. Where to spend your money? Are you reaching the right audience? If you are looking for an effective method that reaches a large fan base at once, then here is your spot with Live Ticket TV. With over 65 schools in the state of South Dakota, we can help you find the right market. Plus, you can work with me, Heath, and a portion of all sales made go right back to the school. Get a hold of me today and let's get started in helping build your brand with Live Ticket TV. Welcome back inside the birdcage. A chance to move into sole position of first place in the DAC 12. Sioux Falls Christian Chargers 8-0 in the DAC 12, 13-1 overall, receiving votes. Let's meet their starting five for tonight. For the Chargers, they'll lead things off with 0, Mariah Harrison, the 5'6 senior guard. Number 3, Peyton Popema, the 5'10 senior guard. Number 5, Jackson Swift, the 5'9 junior guard. Number 10, Ellie Lems, the 6-foot senior forward. And finally, number 20, Maya Nelson, the 5'6 sophomore guard. The Chargers are coached by Dan DeYoung. 15-0 overall on the season. It hasn't necessarily always been easy. As I mentioned, 8-0 in the DAC 12, 5-0 in the region, ranked number 2 in Class A. Your head coach, John Brooks, your assistant coaches, Doug Hansen, Carrie Jensen, and Kelly Knutson. Let's meet our starting five tonight for the Vermillion Tanagers, as it will be the starting five that will come with speed and that will come with size, trying to match the energy right away against the Sioux Falls Christian Chargers. It'll be number 1, Casey Hansen, the 5'8 sophomore guard who's averaging just 9 points so far this season, a little bit below of what she did as a freshman, but she put up a huge performance Tuesday night against the Beersford Watchdogs, scoring 12 points. After that, it'll be number 15, Leah Herbster, the 6'1 senior center, who's also averaging 8 points a game. They'll look to use her size tonight. In fact, she is the tallest girl for both teams this evening. Followed by another big girl underneath for the Vermillion Tanagers, number 21, Brooklyn Voss, 5'11 junior guard, who started on the bench so far this season, but of course is now in the starting lineup, averaging 6 points a ball game. After that, when you talk about leading the press, she doesn't put up a lot of numbers scoring-wise, but Janaea Cleveland, number 22, the 5'8 junior guard, gets it done with her speed and forces teams into an average of 5 turnovers just for herself. Impressive what she's able to do, getting it done defensively. And if you would talk about the big girl for the Vermillion Tanagers, when it comes to points, you'd have to point at Brooke Jensen, who averages 16 points a game. She is the 6'1 sophomore guard, and will be looking to have a big game tonight against the Sioux Falls Christian Chargers. As they introduce Brooke, we are set and ready to go. As we mentioned, a chance at moving into sole position of the DAC 12 title. Official winner will be announced coming up next Tuesday, as both these two teams are in action against DAC 12 opponents. It will be Vermillion here at home against Dakota Valley, and Sioux Falls Christian back home against Tri-Valley. So this one means oh so much. And if you look at it, could potentially be a chance at a rematch, maybe, during the state tournament. That's how good these two teams are. Again, a combined record of 28-1. Leah Herbster, along with Ellie Lems, meet in the center Tanager circle. And it's won by the Sioux Falls Christian Chargers, who move from left to right as you see it, and they're all blue uniforms, numbers and letters that are in gray. Vermillion forces a quick turnover, and here they come, 15 seconds in the ball game. Work it to the wing, pump fake by Voss as she drives to the free throw line. Underhand toss to Janaea Cleveland to Leah Herbster, who has improved her outside game so far this season. It's now Jensen. She'll drive back to Janaea Cleveland. She'll move the ball back to the top of the key. Voss holds it head high. Now back to Leah Herbster, who will shoot that three. This one just off the front of the iron. Ball deflected loose by Jensen. Janaea Cleveland goes back up strong. She misses. Tries to fight for an offensive rebound with her own teammate. Vermillion still has the basketball. The drive by Jensen. The kick to Voss. Voss moves baseline. Picks up her dribble over to the corner. Casey Hansen the three ball. This one off the front of the iron. Vermillion held it for 45 seconds. Comes away with 0 points. 1 minute into the ball game, as Sioux Falls Christian looks for their first shot of the evening. They work it down underneath the runner. Left short that time. Good cutting inside by Jackson Swift. But again, Swift not able to finish. Vermillion forces it the opposite way very, very quickly. The runner underhand by Jensen is off the side of the iron. And quickly the Sioux Falls Christian Chargers will press into the front court. Into the lane, the drive, the shot that will go. Points for Maya Nelson, the first score for the Sioux Falls Christian Chargers, and they lead it 2-0. Quickly up to Voss, back out to Hansen. Now to Jensen as they swing it over to the far perimeter. Back to the top with Brooklyn Voss. Inside the lane to Leah Herbster. Herbster leaves her shot short. Also took a little bit of a deflection there by Peyton Popema. The Chargers try to force the issue quickly. They go baseline to the block jumper for Lems. This one good, and the Chargers quickly lead 4-0 over the Vermillion Tanagers. Of course, the Tanagers have faced this type of opposition before. It's a quick turnover right to Lems. It's a quick 6-0 lead for the Chargers. You look back to that first 45-second first possession for the Vermillion Tanagers where they came away with nothing. Quickly up to Hansen, who easily breaks the press, but her shot is blocked away by Jackson Swift from behind, and the Chargers have their early swagger inside the birdcage. 6-0, 5:44 first quarter. Again, Vermillion has faced this opposition before. They're just trying to weather the storm at the moment. Hansen, three-pointer, leaves it off the front of the iron, but another offensive rebound back out to Janaea Cleveland. She'll pump fake, now the drive. Cleveland has her shot blocked away. Another block for the Chargers. 2 blocks so far in the basketball game for the Chargers. It's Swift who has it. Swift, they get it back inside, want to go down to Harrison. It's punched away by Leah Herbster, but the Chargers are able to collect. Now Nelson work it to the wing with Harrison. Back over to the near side with Popema to the top with Swift. They want to get it down to Lems. It's blocked away and will go out of bounds. 11 seconds on the shot clock. It will stay with the Chargers. Cole, not a good start for Vermillion.
No, and it's kind of the story of what we've seen these past 4 or 5 games. Not a very good start here for the Tanagers. They need to pick something up faster. Sioux Falls Christian can blow this one wide open.
Over to the corner, 3 ball. This one hits off the side of the iron. Rebounded by the Vermillion Tanagers. Of course, just down here at the moment, but nowhere near out. Quick jumper for Voss. This one is off the mark. Rebounded by Swift. Swift quickly tosses it up. It's going to go out of bounds as Nelson threw it off the body of Hansen, and it will stay with Sioux Falls Christian. 6-0, 4:50 first quarter. How much longer can Vermillion go without scoring before the Chargers really start to blow this open? Neither team has dipped to their bench yet. Top of the key, Swift. They want to get it down to Lems. Lems turn around off the glass. And Ellie Lems already 6 points in the ball game. She is the leading scorer for the Chargers, and she's flexing her muscle as a senior. Ball goes out of bounds. Another quick turnover, and head coach John Brooks will go to his bench for the first time this evening as Roovers will come on, and also dipping into the bench, coming on for the first time tonight, Katie Vanderleest, and also Brianna Beek will come on. Thank you, Cole Large, for the update. 8-0, 4:24 first quarter. Vermillion, the biggest deficit they've faced so far this season was against Lennox of 12 points. Elbow. This one off the mark, and that did come in the first quarter right here inside the birdcage. So again, Vermillion has gone down big before, but maybe never against an opponent of this magnitude like the Sioux Falls Christian Chargers. Casey Hansen, it was Roofers though with the steal. They get it back over to the 7th grader. The 7th grader gets it down to Leah Herbster off the glass. Welcome Tanagers, first points of the ball game. And Vermillion, the crowd gets into it just a little bit more. 8-2, 3:42 first quarter. Chargers work it from side to side. Now controlled with Harrison. Back to the top and around the perimeter they swing it. Over the corner, 3 ball. This one off the mark. And it's pulled down by Casey Hansen. She looks around, no one around her. She runs into 3 Chargers, picks up her dribble, works it over to the near wing, to the corner. Roovers will drive back to Voss. Voss will shoot the 3. Bang! Brooklyn Voss hits the 3. Vermillion, a 5-0 run, and if you thought they were out, they just came right back roaring in inside their own home. Back to the top, the Chargers go. Swift trying to answer back with her own 3 off the back of the iron. It's an offensive rebound, and a shot. Whoa! Voss answers with a 3, then says, get out of here with it. As Vanderleest went up with it, just sticking her hand in to deflect it away, out of bounds, 8-5, 3 minutes remaining here in this first quarter. The Chargers will keep it basically with a fresh shot clock, 33 seconds. As to the top, back to Harrison. Harrison trying to move her way to the block, and we get our first whistle, first foul of the basketball game for either team that will go against Casey Hansen. Picking up her first personal, first team foul, 8-5, 2:56 first quarter. To inbound, they go in the lane to Lems. Lems trying to hold on to it, finally gets it, turnaround jumper, gets it to go. Ellie Lems continues to dominate in this first quarter. She has already 8 points in the ball game, and now it's going to be a foul call that will go against the Sioux Falls Christian Chargers. That was Harrison, correct? Harrison picks up her first personal foul, the first team foul, as they are trying to impede the progress of Coach Roovers, who is just underneath us, but of course his daughter. Speaking of a daughter, James Drake goes on by us to go talk to Dad, who also finds himself up in the weight room with us. This is where he has his pregame ritual of just relaxing before games. Of course, James, a basketball player herself last year, decided not to go out for it this year after picking up an injury that held her out last year to focus more on track. Harrison to drive, and a foul called as she went up with the shot. It will be 2 free throws upcoming for the Sioux Falls Christian Chargers. Head coach John Brooks wants an explanation. They call it foul on Claire Doty, who checked in at the last break. Her first personal, the second team foul. 10-5, 2:21 first quarter. So Harrison, the free throw, first one is off the mark. It was an 8-0 run to begin the game for the Sioux Falls Christian Chargers. Vermillion answered back with their own 5-0 run to make it 8-5. We've seen another Lems bucket since then. Second free throw is off the mark as well, but then it went out of bounds. They do say it was last touched, though, by Brina, and it will stay with Vermillion, or I should say change possession to Vermillion. Harrison will come out of the basketball game, and checking back in is Peyton Popema for the Chargers. The press is on, but Vermillion finally able to break it with Jensen. Jensen attacks, turn around, fade away, can't get her shot to go. They need her tonight. Cleveland tries to battle underneath. She misses. There we go. She just needed her second opportunity. She talked Cole Larsh about drinking Blue Raspberry Ghost the other night. She says Blue Raspberry is just her favorite. Brooke, don't drink bucked up Blue Raspberry. It's not that good. Jumper, this one off the mark. Ball's going to be deflected out of bounds by Ellie Lems. And now Livy Regneris will come in, and Hansen will get a breather. So Vermillion running just one starter here at the moment of Brooke Jensen. Also coming out of the basketball game, Brina will come out, and checking into the ball game for the Sioux Falls Christian Chargers, I believe, was Aubrey Van Beek. No, excuse me, Jackson Swift comes back in. 10-7, 1:32 first quarter. Into the front court on the drive. trying to get some space, throwing up a shot, this one off the mark, but it's going to be offensive rebounded as it got all the way back to the top of the key. As really never holding on to it was Nelson, but she helped to get back that far. Also a re-shot of the shot clock, so plenty of time for the Sioux Falls Christian Chargers to move it around. Swift is going to attack Regneris. They thought it was Colleen D, but it'll be foul called, on Ruvers, picking up her first personal and the third team foul. So Taylor Ruvers again picks up her first foul, not Regneris. And now Leah Herbster will come in, and Brooke Jensen will take a spot on the bench. Yes, Cole. You just didn't like that call?
I was making weird facial expressions at that last call, yes.
We forgot to get the GoPro up here. It wouldn't be a good angle tonight as one of us is standing and one of us is sitting, so it'd be just kind of an awkward angle if you could see the broadcast booth tonight. Maybe I should sit down. I had an energy drink before I came. That probably doesn't help anything. Just inside the perimeter, back to the top to Swift. Now they get down to Lems, who breaks free. Can't knock down her shot, but she is fouled. Claire Doty will pick up her second personal and the fourth team foul, and we'll see 2 free throws upcoming for Ellie Lems. Ellie, already 8 points in this first quarter. Well, if you want to shut down somebody and have a chance, I think we figured out who it's going to be. Ellie Lems with now 9 of the 11 points so far. Wowzers. By the way, Harrison comes back into the ball game, and Katie Vanderleest is out for the Chargers. Second free throw, 10 points already for her in this first quarter. When I say her, I mean Ellie Lems, and she's going to get a quick breather as she comes out. Well, with 50 seconds remaining, let's see if Vermillion can't get some offense. Trailing by 5. It's in the backcourt with Regneris. They get it over to Ruvers. Ruvers breaks the press and across the timeline. Lost it. Kick ball should have been called. Up to Harrison. Harrison off the glass and good for 2. Quick turnover, quick bucket the opposite way, and the Chargers have doubled back up Vermillion. 14-7. Regneris over to Chandler Cleveland. Cleveland holding above her head. Now to Regneris. Regneris to Ruvers. Ruvers on the drive to Doty. Doty step back, shoot the 3. Bank is not open. Rebounded by Harrison with 11 seconds. Plenty of time. They try to go quickly, and another foul. Claire Doty picks up her 3rd foul of this first quarter, 5th of the ball game. And we'll see more free throws as Peyton Popema will step up to the free throw line. So just as we said, Vermillion needs some help. It goes the opposite way, and the Sioux Falls Christian Chargers looking to end on a big note in this first quarter as Peyton Popema hits the first free throw. It's now 15-7 with 8.2 remaining in the first quarter. Yes, Sioux Falls Christian is receiving votes, but you can certainly already put this one on upset alert, as Vermillion's offense really hasn't been seen much in this first quarter. They're going to go hunting for it in the second. In the corner, 3-pointer from Libby Regneris is off the mark. 16-7. The Chargers have brought it, and they've brought it early. The question is, can Vermillion respond? The second quarter comes up here in just a moment on Live Ticket TV.
At Northern State University, your future starts with an affordable education that's personalized for you. Experience hands-on learning guided by world-class supportive faculty. You'll also enjoy a full campus life with opportunities to choose from numerous student activities and events, all in a safe, welcoming community. At Northern, you'll find a college that's right for you, a place to belong. Your future starts here. Unleash your potential at Northern.
There's no better organization that gives back to the student athletes than the Booster Club. The Vermillion Booster Club is committed to helping all student athletes grow. Join the Tanager faithful today by becoming a member at GoTanagers.com. While you're there, check out Team Apparel for your favorite sports team. Like them on Facebook to stay up to date on all the latest information and sports games. Join the Vermillion Boosters today and go Tanagers. 16-7 after quarter number 1. Welcome to Live Ticket TV, your new home for Vermillion athletics, including softball and baseball that is coming up here this spring season as Vermillion, we're getting back into action, trailing by 9 points. Did not get a whole lot of offense in that first quarter. They're going to have to try to answer back and see what they can get going. Ball went out of bounds there. It will stay with Vermillion. Janaea Cleveland tries to go deep to Voss and just threw it to the back of Harrison, but Harrison loses it. Right back to Jensen. Jensen on the drive and steps out of bounds. No, they're going to call a foul on Peyton Popema, or excuse me, on Ellie Lems, picking up her first personal and the second team foul. 16-7, 7:42, second quarter. Heath Nimke along with our producer, colorman Cole Larsh. So again, we're in the second quarter. It's with Hansen. Hansen picks up her dribble, turnaround jumper, good. Casey Hansen, her first points of the ball game. Vermillion needs to get going with some points, and their defense just doesn't need to let too much up inside. And I guess, Cole, you could just say, don't let Ellie Lems score.
Right, and you look at the rest of the scores. If you take Ellie Lems out of it, it's 9-6 in favor of the Tanagers.
Lems put up 10 points in that first quarter for Sioux Falls Christian. Casey Hansen trying to break the press, and they're going to get a whistle called as they were breaking the press. It will be now the third team foul. Cole will have to pay attention. The whistles are coming a lot quicker here in this second quarter.
Yeah, I think that first body call, that could have been either way, either out of bounds or body. I think that one was a clear foul. Just Nelson kind of reached in there trying to take the ball away.
16-9, 7:02 second quarter. The drive by Jensen, the kick to Voss, three-pointer, good! Brooklyn Voss! 2 threes in the ball game. She has 6 points, and Vermillion is within 4, and they're on a quick run to start this second quarter, a 5-0 run once again. Now they did that earlier in the first quarter to make it 8-5 before Sioux Falls Christian Chargers quickly closed that run off and answered back themselves. A three-pointer, this one off the mark, but it's rebound by Lems, goes back up. Leah Herbster though, the big body of 6'1", gets in the way. Jensen, a one-on-one with Harrison in support. Still Jensen moves around Harrison, leaves her shot short, and it's going to be rebounded by the Chargers. Again, Jensen needs to start hitting shots if they want to have an opportunity here. Controlled with the Chargers. As trying to find some space here is Popema. Work it to the corner now. As controlling is Vanderlees. Now to Lems, back to the top, pump fake the three to the free throw line jumper. This one off the mark. Loose basketball falls back in the hands of the Chargers. Wide open three-pointer, this one off the mark. The Chargers can't buy a bucket right now. Vermillion needs to answer. Chargers have yet to score in this second quarter. 5:38, it's now Jensen. Jensen moving around, over to Janaea Cleveland. Can Vermillion get even closer on this 5-0 run that continues? Leah Herbster, the three-pointer. Bank open! Leah Herbster, another 3 this season! 16-15. Leah Herbster improved so much in summer ball with her three ball that Coach Dan DeYoung needs to throw the towel. Stop the bleeding. Vermillion quickly on an 8-0 run within 1 point. Whew! Cole Larsh. If you're Sioux Falls Christian Chargers, Dan DeYoung, what are you talking to your girls right now?
Oh, you just gotta slow down on the offensive end, but I think either way you can speed up or slow down, they'd still be good. They just can't buy a bucket defensively. They're just letting Vermillion do whatever they want. So you gotta probably make a couple adjustments. You know, Vermillion's starting to hit their shots that they weren't hitting in the first quarter. You just gotta buckle down on the defensive end, but offensively, I think they're doing all right. They just haven't been able to buy a bucket.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. They've had the looks. They've been shooting the three. And this is a team that does have the confidence, right? You don't just go on an 8-0 run for Vermillion and say, we just hit a big punch to Sioux Falls Christian Chargers. They're going to respond back. There is a reason they're receiving votes. Cole Larsh, and you know how erratic I vote when it comes to the polls. You know what I think of Sioux Falls Christian Chargers. Receiving votes, I think, is saying something, because they're a lot better than that. They are a lot better than that. Lems on the drive, too strong off the glass. Ball is loose. It's going to be picked up by Janaea Cleveland. I'll even say it. I think they're top 5 easily. Easily. Sioux Falls Christian Chargers. When you play in the DAC-12 and you're still 8-0, there's a lot of respect behind you. Voss, the drive, leaves her shot off the right of the iron. It's going to be rebounded. It's controlled, now driving. Kick over to the wing. Back to the top, over to the left side, Ellie Lems. Again, the Chargers have almost gone halfway through the second without getting a bucket. Harrison at the block, off the glass, good. Mariah Harrison gets a big bucket for the Chargers. 4 points for her in the ball game, and it's a 3-point lead for Sioux Falls Christian. Janaea Cleveland, the drive, over to Voss, to Jensen. Jensen, the drive, the floater, and once again, too strong, but it's an offensive rebound. Cleveland, count the bucket. Cole got stuck.
Where is it? I can't see it.
It's right. Oh, yeah, you can see it.
I can't see it from my angle. Oh, there it is. I could not see that at all.
Those calls.
I was so confused. I look down, I look up, there's no ball.
Your reaction was just like, where'd that go?
I look down for 1 second to mark a rebound, and I look up and there's no basketball.
They call it a jump ball, so it is Sioux Falls Christian. You don't actually count the bucket on that. I always say it's impressive. When you can go in a game and get the ball stuck, you should get some kind of bonus points for that. I mean, that's impressive to do. And Janaea Cleveland wasn't even looking at the hoop to get it stuck either. That's even more impressive. Nelson trying to get it inside the lane. Turnover one way, and then Vermillion just throws it away. When Sioux Falls Christian Chargers make a bad mistake like that, you gotta capitalize. You can't just answer back with your own silly mistake. Tanagers on looking, trailing by 3. A trip there, nothing called. It will stay with the Sioux Falls Christian Chargers. It's Swift. They move it to Lems. They want to get it down with Lems at the block. She has it for a moment. Back out now they go with Nelson. Back down the block, but it's going to be stripped away. Cleveland comes up with the loose basketball. 3:20, second quarter. Casey Hansen over to Roovers. Roovers now to Chandler Cleveland. Cleveland back out to Hansen. Hansen, the drive, turnaround jumper, good. Good for Casey Hansen. She has 4 points. 18-17, 3 minutes, second quarter. Vermillion has not led yet in this game, and now a carry and a turnover. Vermillion basketball. Papama and Harrison back in. Lems is out. Nelson is out. Lems has not scored yet here in this second quarter. Again, she had 10 right away in the first.
I think we can credit that to a couple defensive adjustments there by John Brooks between the quarter. They're putting a lot of pressure on Lems, sometimes even double teaming her if she's out on the wing.
We'll see how much that adjustment continues to stay that way or if they make a different change. They hand it off to Jensen. Again, Vermillion looking for their first lead of the ball game, and they're going to get a foul. They say Harrison was playing a little too handsy with Jensen, picking up now her second personal, the fourth team foul. Both teams very, very disciplined when it comes to fouls. In fact, Vermillion, over half of them have been on Claire Doty, who has 3. Probably won't see her much here in the ball game. It's down at the block. Jensen off the glass. Vermillion, their first lead of the ball game. Brooke Jensen, 4 points, 19-18, 2:33, second quarter. They have it with Harrison. Back at the top with Swift to Papama. To the corner they go. Again, Lems ready to check in at the next dead ball. They want to go down underneath baseline. Kick over the corner, three-pointer, answer back. Answer back, a big 3 there by Brina. Her first points, it's actually the first bench points as well for the Sioux Falls Christian Chargers. They take a 2-point lead. Roovers to Casey Hansen, three-pointer for her, good! Casey Hansen answers right back. She's got 7 here in the quarter. Vermillion back up by 1, and this birdcage continues to be electric. Just a straight drive. Vermillion fell asleep defensively. Quick bucket by Harrison. Good assist there by Vanderleest. They throw it all the way up to Herzberg, who catches it like a wide receiver. Goes up. Count the bucket. Ho, ho, ho. Leah Herbster, it wasn't the bucket. It was the catch. Odell Beckham Jr., if you will. caught that, put down the dribble, controlled through contact, made the bucket, and was fouled. Leah Herbster now 7 points in the ball game. She's like, gosh, I gotta breathe here for a moment. A girl that says she naps before games and after games.
I don't blame her.
She'll put down the dribble, spin it once in her hand. Free throw on the old-fashioned three-point play is off. Vermillion will hold on to a 1-point lead, 24-23. Lems back in the ball game. 90 seconds remaining in this first half. And now a foul called. That will go against Brooke Jensen for the reach-in, picking up her first personal, the 16th foul. And Jensen will come out. 24-23, 1:28 second quarter. Vermillion, after scoring just 7 points in that first quarter, has had a big second quarter, holding Sioux Falls Christian just 7 here in the second. They want to get down to Lems, kick back out, the catch and shoot three, off the mark, but it's an easy offensive rebound. Ruvers, though, knocked it away, but somehow Lems got it back, hit the bucket, and it's an old-fashioned three-point attempt coming up. A foul against Leah Herbster, as this one's starting to get physical. Name that artist.
I'm thinking of the song too. I can't think of the artist. I was gonna start singing that out loud, but I figured I might get strangled from my left.
I can't sing, so I won't strangle you on that one. You can go ahead and sing.
Let's get physical, physical.
You got a higher pitch than I do. Free throw is good. Lems completes the old-fashioned three-point play. She's got 13 in the ball game, and it's back up to a 2-point lead for Sioux Falls Christian. Ruvers over to Voss. Voss, the drive, and she's fouled. And she'll head to the free throw line to shoot 2. Olivia Newton-John, by the way.
Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed that.
Oh, okay. 26-24, 109, second quarter. Free throw, good for Voss. Again, this is 2 free throws. Big game for Voss here. She already has 7 points. In fact, Vermillion, though, has not got any bench scoring. Coach Brooks said that in our pregame show. The bench scoring was going to be important, but I guess you could say that about both teams. Sioux Falls Christian just 3 points off the bench from a three-pointer. And Voss hits the second free throw. She has 8. 26-26, 109. It's in the backcourt. Controlled this time with Nelson. Nelson throws it up as they get it. Drive by Papama. Last second toss off to Lems. She was left wide open. 15 points for her, and back up to a 2-point lead. And then a quick turnover as Regneris and Ruvers were on the same page on the inbound. So can Sioux Falls Christian do it just like they ended the first quarter and going on a quick run to expand their 2-point lead? Over to the wing with Lems. Lems didn't use the screen, lost the basketball for a moment. They get it back out, though, as Sioux Falls Christian Chargers. Straightaway three, Papama. Looks like it took a deflection on its way through. They say it goes out of bounds. And it will be Vermillion basketball. Jensen and Hansen will come back in. Cleveland and Livy Regneris are out. Vermillion can't hold on for the last second shot at the moment, but they can sure bleed the clock. 28-26. Hansen to inbound. And by the way, Lems is back out again. Still in the backcourt. Chuck it all the way up to Herbster. Herbster back out to Voss. Voss trying to get some space. Now to Hansen. Hansen, bounce pass down to Jensen. Jensen the drive, and a foul that will go against Peyton Papama. Papama picks up her first, the 16th foul, and Jensen will shoot 2 free throws. You could say it has been very balanced scoring for the Vermillion Tanagers tonight, including several different girls close to double figures already. The free throw shooting, though, hasn't been the best for Vermillion. And now, Jensen will shoot his second after she missed the first. Ellie Lems, by the way, with 23.5 back into the ball game for the Chargers. Second free throw. This one is good for Jensen. She has 5 points in the ball game. 28-27, 20 seconds remaining, second quarter. Across the timeline. Now over to Nelson. They get it inside the lane to Lems to the corner. They go back to Nelson with 7 seconds. To Swift, back to Nelson, down to Papama. She's double teamed. Looked like she lost the basketball, trying to force up a shot. Lems gets it, but can't get her shot to go. Vermillion puts up 20 points in that second quarter, and they answer back. Just 12 for Sioux Falls Christian, but the Chargers hold on to a 1-point lead, 28-27, as we head to halftime. First half statistics analysis with Cole Larsh. That is on the way next here on Live Ticket TV.
Agriculture is like no other business, which makes Farm Credit Services of America like no other lender. Owned by the farmers and ranchers we serve, our customers have a voice in how we work, a stake in what we do, and share in our success. Discover a lender that works for you at Farm Credit Services of America.
Hi, this is Kristen Cunningham with Chic Boutique by Kristen & Company in Centerville, South Dakota. We are an all-size inclusive boutique offering sizes small through 3X on many items, including denim jeans and jackets, shackets, pants, skirts, graphic tees and sweatshirts, joggers, school swag, hats and caps, many fashion accessories including purses and lots of jewelry. And we also offer gift items for birthdays and weddings. Get your shopping fix at 636 Broadway Street, Centerville, South Dakota. Open Tuesday through Friday, 10 to 7, and Saturday, 10 to 4.
Let's be real. You work, you worry, you wait, you wonder. These are the challenges of life on the farm. As a community bank, First Bank & Trust understands this rural reality. We're big enough to help ag producers grow for the future and small enough to get to know you right now. Our ag bankers have ag backgrounds, which means we'll help you work through the tough years and make the most of the great ones. First Bank & Trust. Real banking, real easy. Member FDIC. Equal Opportunity Lender.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Agraria Insurance Company, protecting what's important in life. Contact your local Agraria Insurance Company agent.
Limestone canyons, flowing waterfalls, and pristine beauty make Spearfish a sanctuary for those seeking the ultimate escape. Outdoor enthusiasts will find top-notch sport climbing, mountain biking, and UTV OHV trails. Guests are steps away from peaceful hiking trails and tranquil streams. Relax and rehash your day's adventure at one of our award-winning local breweries. Finding rest is an important part of any adventure. Lodging in Spearfish comes with a variety of choices, from cabins, B&Bs, and campgrounds to the comforts of your popular brand-name hotels. To find your unique adventure in Spearfish, go to visitspearfish.com now.
If you are self-motivated, accountable, and eager to learn new skills, we'd love to talk to you about a rock star career. Masaba in Vermillion is hiring full and part-time manufacturing positions for the rock industry. Masaba provides comprehensive training in a clean, safe, and state-of-the-art facility. Masaba offers competitive wages, a fun and interesting work environment and culture. Join our team of rock stars. Visit masabainc.com to learn more.
Well, we expected a boxing match. It's been physical like that as well, including a little bit of lyrics from Cole Larsh entertaining us. At halftime, though, the Sioux Falls Christian Chargers hold on to a 1-point lead after they led by 9 to end quarter number 1, 28-27. Let's get to our first half statistics with our producer and color analysis, Cole Larsh, who's given us the in-depth stats. A quick look. Vermillion has been balanced scoring. Sioux Falls Christian Chargers, 15 points from from Ellie Lems. Actually, Peyton Papama only 2 points herself. And again, Mariah Harrison has gotten some points as well. Cole, what's the full numbers?
I'll start with the visitors on the scoreboard, the Sioux Falls Christian Chargers. They scored 28 points in that first half. They're led, like you said, with Ellie Lems, 15 points. She has 3 boards and a block as well. And then we'll just go down the roster as we see it by numbers. Mariah Harrison, 6 points, 2 rebounds, and a steal. Brenna Bike, 3 points and 2 steals. Peyton Papama, 1 point, 4 rebounds, 1 assist, and 2 blocks. Katie Vanderleest, 1 rebound and 2 assists. Jackson Swift, 2 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals, and a block. And then Maya Nelson, 2 points and 3 rebounds to round out their first half statistics. They scored 16 in that first quarter and 12 in the second. For Vermillion, they scored 27 in that first half. They were led, like you said, pretty balanced scoring, but they're led by Brooklyn Voss, 8 points and 1 rebound. Now we'll go down the line as we see it by number. Casey Hansen, 7 points, 2 rebounds, including a very big 3 in that second quarter. Taylor Roovers, she has 3 assists and a steal. Leah Herbster, 5 points, a rebound, a steal, and a block. Janaea Cleveland, 4 rebounds and a steal. Chandler Cleveland, 2 rebounds. And Brooke Jensen, 5 points, 3 rebounds, an assist, and 3 steals. Tanager scores 7 in the first and 20 in the second.
Looking quickly, as it looks like we're at halftime, Hamlin is beating Castlewood 29-10. Of course, this is all in a chance for Vermillion to meet number 1 Hamlin, both undefeated. But more specifically, winner tonight moves into sole position of first place of the DAC 12 standings. Vermillion girls came in at 8-0 overall. The Sioux Falls Christian Chargers also 8-0 overall within the DAC 12 against Sioux Falls Christian Chargers. Their only loss so far this season at 13-1 came against Wagner back on December the 29th, 62-29. Of course, Vermillion beat Wagner in the Hanson Classic on January 14th, 53-52. Cole Larsh with our coaches conversation. Head coach John Brooks, we expected this one to be close. We did not expect anyone to pull away in this game. I said that if you look at these scores from both these teams, Vermillion is battle-tested. They have won 3 games by 1 point, including, go back to Saturday, very, very ugly. You put up 20 points in this second quarter. Remember what happened Saturday? 0. So Vermillion has gone through waves. They have been at the lowest of lows. They have been at the highest of highs. Sioux Falls Christian, as I pointed out, receiving votes. Cole, you saw who I voted for in the media rankings. I put Sioux Falls Christian in the top 5 as we enter the second half. Who do you like? If you were that ESPN ticker that says, right, 50%, who's going to win, where do you put this one at the moment?
Man, if I was the ESPN ticker, first of all, there'd be a lot of inaccurate tickers because there's some stuff I just don't know much about. But you're looking at that, probably the win probability, I got to give a slight edge to Vermillion. Like you said, even in that Laverne game, yeah, it was ugly. Yeah, it was almost terrible, but they got the win, 32-31. They're battle-tested. And Sioux Falls Christian on the other side, though, they don't really have to be very battle-tested because they're that good. They've got that much talent. They can go out and play. They kind of got slowed down there in that second quarter, and their defense started to show some holes. But I'd put Vermillion about 52% right now if I was that ESPN win probability.
Right now, Sioux Falls Christian is coming out and just shooting threes. They're not missing many here at the moment. Tonight's broadcast here on Live Ticket TV is brought to you by the Vermillion Boosters, supporting Vermillion and the student athletes. The Vermillion Boosters are always giving back. Check out their online clothing orders as they get ready for the spring season, with a portion of sales going back to the students. You can find out how to become a member or shop online today at GoTanagers.com. As I mentioned, we got golf up at the moment. They have softball and more to check out. You don't want to miss out on all the gear that you can pick up for this spring season. Of course, here at Live Ticket TV, we still have wrestling and basketball coming up for the winter before we prepare ourselves for the spring season. Everyone, of course, making that slight joke at the moment. When is the spring season going to start? We have no clue. Because
6 weeks from now.
You think we're going to you're going to have to get your shovel out there.
According to Puxatawny Phil, we got 6 more weeks of winter and then it's spring.
6 more weeks of winter. Groundhog's Day was upon us. Hold your little hand in mine.
I don't think that's how it goes.
Something like that, right?
But we're going with it, sure.
28-27 as we get ready to start the second half between the Sioux Falls Christian Chargers and the Vermillion Tanagers. We should probably be done singing for the night, don't you think?
Yeah, I think so.
Harrison, Papama, Swift, Lems, and Nelson, your starting 5 for the second half for the Sioux Falls Christian Chargers. The Vermillion Tanagers will come back out in their starting 5 as well. Hansen, Herbster, Voss, Cleveland, and Jensen. Again, on the line, Vermillion 15-0 overall, 13-1 overall for the Sioux Falls Christian Chargers. The Chargers are also 4-0 in Region 3, 5-0 in Region 4 for Vermillion, but the other one we're all looking at, the DAT 12. Both teams 8-0. Winner tonight goes into sole possession of first place, with both teams expected to win coming up on Tuesday. That's when you can win the official title outright. Straightaway 3. This one off the mark. Left iron for Brooke Jensen. Vermillion looked for the quick shot and a quick response to start this second half. It's Lems on the drive. Again, she put up 15 points. Give her now 17 for the ball game as she answers immediately to start this third quarter. The Chargers go up by 3. A quick turnover right into the hands of Swift. Quickly to Harrison. Harrison lost it for a moment. Back to Lems. Lems pump fakes, gives it back out to Nelson. She'll shoot the 3. Misses everything. It's going to be saved, though, as it goes to Papama, and then a reach-in foul against Vermillion. They looked for the quick ball. Cole, they didn't get it, and quickly the Chargers answer.
Yeah, that's kind of the risk you take when you draw those quick plays. You know that if you get it, it's a big momentum boost, but if you miss, Sioux Falls Christian's got the ball just about 10 seconds into that second half, and they can score immediately.
Harrison, top of the key as they swing it over to the left wing. Back to Swift. Swift, as they move it with Nelson. Nelson on the drive. They want to get it down to Harrison, but deflected and stolen away. Voss got her 2 paws up in there to help out defensively. Now to Jensen. Jensen the drive to the free throw line. Back out to Janaea Cleveland, who bobbled it for a moment. Janaea goes to the free throw line. Now to Herbster. Herbster down to Hansen. Hansen strung off the glass. Can't get her shot to go. It's going to be a fight for the rebound. Jump ball. Possession arrow favors the Chargers. And just like it started off in the first quarter for Vermillion, coming up with dry possessions. And the spotlight is getting even bigger as you look over to each corner. 2 newscasts. KTIV from Sioux City. I believe that's Kello on the right side. 30-27, 6:30, third quarter. Lems over to the corner. The drive, stolen away though by Jensen. It's a 2-on-1. Jensen drives all the way in, foul, count the bucket. Count the bucket. Brooke Jensen, 7 points for her, and the old-fashioned 3-point play. 29-30, 1-point deficit for Vermillion. And now a quick substitution, as it'll be Swift who comes out, and checking back in, Katie Vanderleest. That's also because I should emphasize, Swift just picked up her 3rd personal. Old-fashioned 3-point play is off the mark. Again, Vermillion continues to struggle from the free throw line. It remains a 1-point lead for the Sioux Falls Christian Chargers. Again, right now you could even put this game on a slight upset alert. Sioux Falls Christian Chargers receiving votes to be inside the top 5. If you go by the media rankings, they're technically 7th. Off the glass, Harrison off the mark. Rebounded by the Tanagers as they quickly get it up to Janaea Cleveland. Head coach John Brooks stands up quickly, starts barking out instructions, and it's a rare time, but John Brooks is now sitting back on his seat. Now, as they get it, top of the key, straightaway 3, good! Brooke Jensen, double figures for her, 10 points. 32-30, 5:31, third quarter. You might want to tell those TV stations to stick around. We have ourselves a good ball game. A whistle call before the shot, a foul against Casey Hansen. Actually, I think it's Dakota News, isn't it? Dakota News and Kello. I thought I said it, then I thought it, and I was like, wait a sec, no, that's not right.
Well, I stared at you for about 5 seconds, and we sat there in silence, so I'm glad you got there.
My bad. Don't tell Mark Overton that I got it wrong. Down underneath, Harrison is off the mark. He tries to go back up with her shot. She couldn't do so. Contact made in the lane. What are we calling? How do we get free throws from that? I'll agree with the foul there against Janaea Cleveland, but we're getting shooting foul. So Peyton Papama will shoot free throws. She's got 2 points in the ball game. In fact, she now has 3, all coming from the charity stripe. 32-31. Second free throw. This one is good. And we're tied at 32 apiece. Voss in the backcourt. The press is on. Jensen has it. Guarded closely by Lems. Vermillion has a few seconds. Oh, they get it all the way to Leah Herbster. Looked like she was fouled. Gets back her own rebound. Misses. Even Cole Larsh wanted a foul. There was contact made, and in retaliation, Leah Herbster commits the foul. Head coach John Brooks wants an explanation. You can hear the heavy breathing from Cole Larsh. She doesn't agree with the call. It's the 4th team foul now on the Vermillion Tanagers. 5:03 third quarter. Vermillion already getting in a tough spot with fouls. So it will be in the backcourt here at the moment, as it will be Sioux Falls Christian Chargers with Lems into the front court, who has 17 points so far in the ball game. She's guarded closely by Leah Herbster. To Peyton Papama in the corner. Papama driving. Papama through contact. Count the bucket. And she'll hedge the free throw line. Good call there by the officials, but if you're going to call it one way, you have to call it the other. And Peyton Papama now 4 points in this third quarter. 6 for the ball game. Back up to a 2-point lead for Sioux Falls Christian. Same kind of contact that was made against Leah Herbster, but nothing was called. And free throws are also hitting for the Chargers. Nothing you can do about that. 35-32. And now a quick foul that will go against Van Beek, picking up her first personal, and now the second team foul. Casey Hansen has to take a moment to tie her shoe. 35-32. 4:44 here in the third quarter. Well, Cole mentioned at halftime he gave the ESPN win probability to Vermillion at 52%. Would it tick back way to the Sioux Falls Christian Chargers here at the moment?
Yeah, right now the win probability is looking like a wave chart. Up and down and up and down and up and down. It can't make up its mind right now.
Casey Hansen, the drive, the floater. Touches every part of the rim. Falls through. She has 9 points. She's 1 away from double digits. Again, Jensen right now, the only one with 10 to hit the double-digit mark for the Vermillion Tanagers. In the corner, the drive, the bounce pass, deflected away by Voss, picked up by Hansen. Hansen peeled back to Jensen, thought about the WNBA 3, tried to force it down, and Hansen also wanted a foul call that she had contact from behind when she pumped the brakes. Harrison is getting reached in, somehow gets it free, and a travel call. And it's so interesting because in other games we would see that actually called a jump ball. Even though it wasn't a jump ball, but we've seen other officials give it to it. Have to definitely say these officials sometimes are letting it play out and sometimes are blowing the whistle very quickly tonight. Jensen gets it all the way up to Chandler Cleveland, who has been held scoreless so far here in the ball game, and now a timeout from head coach John Brooks. 35-34, 3:55 third quarter. Tonight's broadcast here on Live Ticket TV is brought to you by Blaine's Body Shop. Blaine's has now expanded. Now with more room than ever before, Blaine's is your trusted source for auto body repair. Minor dents and scratches to full restoration. Blaine's can take care of it all, even the insurance. If you need body work done with your car, take it to Blaine's Body Shop. Don't need body work. Just need a new fuel pump system. As mine kind of went out the other day a little bit.
Kind of.
Well, she doesn't run no more, let's put it that way. The nickname Red Ninja currently sits back home. You have to name your car something cool. It's a good luck charm, I've been told. Call it the Red Ninja. Thing looks like a cop car. Might as well give it a little bit of love. I call it an old person's car. That's what it is. Roovers to inbound, holding on, finally gets it to Cleveland. To Jensen. Jensen the drive in the lane, splits the double team, and she's going to be fouled. 2 free throws upcoming. A foul called against Peyton Popema. Popema picks up her second personal. And again, Vermillion, who has struggled so far from the free throw line, is looking for 2 big free throws. First one is up and off the mark. My goodness, Cole, they just continue to struggle from the free throw line this evening.
Yeah, I would hate to see a percentage right now. I'd say, what?
They're 2 of 7.
Well, there you go. That was going to be about my guess, is 25%.
Second free throw, this one is good for Brooke Jensen. 6 points for her in the quarter, 11 for the ball game, and we're tied once again, 35-35, 3:45, third quarter. As they have it, the Chargers, that is, to Swift over into the corner with Brina. Working back the top with Swift, who is working on that straightaway 3 to Brina. She'll shoot the 3. This one off the mark, fight for the rebound, pulled down by Voss. Voss works it to Hansen. Hansen looking around to see where Lems is at. Now down underneath to Cleveland. Oh, Cleveland. Boot, scoot, and boogie there. Put the butt forward, waited till the contact was coming in, and then went up with their shot.
And that's exactly what you want to do in that situation. Draw the foul. Ideally, you want to make the bucket, but 2 free throws, pretty good opportunity.
She's used to contact. The goalie for the soccer team. She battles inside tough. You translate over the basketball court. Free throw is good. That is the first point for the Vermillion Tanagers off the bench tonight. Not good. It does give them the lead, though, 36-35. Second free throw. This one is good as Cleveland is able to hit them both. 3:22, third quarter. It's in the backcourt as they're looking around. They work it over to Harrison. They go back over to Vanderleest. Ball in the middle, lost for a moment. Get it down to Lems, and Lems misses her shot, but fouled from behind by Casey Hansen. 2 free throws upcoming. Hansen also picks up her sixth team foul. Next one Vermillion gives up is bonus. And again, we've seen the free throw shooting so far this evening. It hasn't been the best for the Vermillion Tanagers. A lot different for Sioux Falls Christian. And as I say that, the commentators curse if you're a Chargers fan, as Lems missed it. She has 17 points in the ball game, including 10 in that first quarter. Just 2 points, though, for her here in the third. Lems, the second free throw. This one is up and gets it to go. 18 for her. It's a 1-point lead for the Tanagers. Quickly up to Herbster at the block. Herbster off the glass, too strong. Cleveland too strong. Herbster back up. Oh, they're going to call a rebounding foul on Herbster. It looked like she was able to grab the ball cleanly there, and now gives bonus to Sioux Falls Christian the rest of the ball game. Herbster picks up her 3rd personal. Cole Larsh doesn't like it. Again, it looked like Leah Herbster was able to grab it cleanly. She out-jumped, it looked like, Maya Nelson. And no offense, that's 7 inches that Herbster wins by. On the 1-and-1, missed free throw. So you would think that Herbster has a really good chance of rebounding it cleanly. Maybe against Ellie Lems? No. But when you have 7 inches on a girl, you have a little bit of an advantage. Jensen pump fake the 3 on the wing, holds it above her head. Jensen works it back over to Roovers. Roovers over to Cleveland. Cleveland back to her twin sister Janaea. Off the knee of Jensen. Get it down to Cleveland. Cleveland goes up and can't get her shot. Offensive rebound. Back up. Chandler Cleveland is starting to step up here in this third quarter. She has 4 points. 39-36. 2:17 third quarter. Vermillion with their biggest lead of the ball game of 3 points. Wowzers. Chargers, their biggest lead came back in the first quarter of 9 points. Lems trying to break free, was throwing some elbows out there. 3-pointer, this one off the front of the iron. Rebounded by the 7th grader. Roovers slows things down, brings it over to Jensen. She'll now make her move to the elbow, and a whistle. A carry? A carry, they call against Jensen, as I guess she was just moving so slowly. Claire Doty and Voss are back in. Claire sat out the entire second quarter after she picked up 3 personal fouls in the first quarter. Herbster and Jensen both take a spot on the bench. In fact, Vermillion only 1 starter right now on the court, which is Janaea Cleveland. 39-36, and a quick timeout by Coach DeYoung. We're going to step aside. We're back in 30 seconds here on Live Ticket TV.
At Northern State University, your future starts with an affordable education that's personalized for you. Experience hands-on learning guided by world-class supportive faculty. You'll also enjoy a full campus life with opportunities to choose from numerous student activities and events, all in a safe, welcoming community. At Northern, you'll find a college that's right for you, a place to belong. Your future starts here. Unleash your potential at Northern.
(39-36), 144 remaining here in this third quarter. It certainly has been a back and forth affair, just as we expected. The big note to watch, though, as we head to the fourth quarter is going to be Vermillion in foul trouble, as currently Vermillion has already given up 17 fouls. Sioux Falls Christian is in bonus. Now for Vermillion, no one necessarily deep into foul trouble, as several girls have picked up 3 personal, but no one with 4 or even fouled out, if you will, in the ball game. We'll see how that changes, as right now Vermillion is running a lot of their bench scoring all coming from Cleveland so far tonight, with just 4 points for the Vermillion Tanagers. They have it to Ellie Lems. They work it over to Papama. Her jumper is off the mark, gets back her own rebound, back up. She misses. Fight for the basketball. Diving on the ground. Harrison came up with it. She was on the line. And they say out of bounds. Head coach John Brooks can't believe of just how physical this game has gotten.
Yeah, some parts it's physical, some parts they're calling it ticky-tacky. I mean, that one was a straight-up tackle.
It's Roovers over to Janaea Cleveland, who fumbled it for a moment. Her and Voss, the 2 starters on the court. I just mentioned it was only 1. It's 2 of them. Chandler Cleveland in the lane at the block. Cleveland, 6 points for her in the third quarter. Vermillion, their biggest lead of 5, 41-36. This is where Vermillion has put away teams, is when this second team comes off. Usually they don't miss a beat. It's Lems inside. Okay, so you're right here. All right, I get how that's a foul. I'm not saying it's not a foul. But
I've been 100% agreeance here. I mean, I'm just going to say what you were stuttering to say. Yes, it's a foul. Is it being called consistently? No.
And I'm saying this not against Vermillion. I'm just saying in general. I'm just saying in general.
That's kind of been the story of the game. One of the storylines of the game.
Free throw good for Ellie Lems. Talking about it even earlier with a listener. We understand officials. Cole, you're a former official. I understand what they go through. Nothing but respect, especially on Officials Appreciation Night. Lems hits both free throws. She now has 20 in the ball game. It's still a 3-point lead for the Vermillion Tanagers, 41-38. There we go. Answers the officials, I think, might have heard us, Cole, and said, you know what? You guys are right.
We were probably talking that loud, I mean, to be honest.
Brina will pick up the foul, picking up her first personal in the 5th team foul. Janaea Cleveland has it with 4 seconds that separate the shot clock from game clock. Voss the drive to Doty in the corner. Doty now to the cutting inside. Janaea Cleveland, her shot well off balance, but a shooting foul. This one a little late called. The foul against Harrison, picking up her 3rd personal, the 6th team foul. So as Vermillion gave up bonus, in the end, it might just work out, because Sioux Falls Christian has now given up 6. Free throw up. Good. Not even wrestle the nylon there for Janaea. Her first points. The Cleveland girls for 7 here in the third. And Jensen checks back on. Roofers checks out. Vermillion back up to a 2-possession lead, if you will, unless you can get the maximum 4. 42-38, 23.4. Free throw, this one off the mark. Rebounded by Harrison as Vermillion's free throw struggles continue. 17 seconds. They want to get to Lems, and Jensen tried to poke it away. Good foul call there. Jensen picks up now her second personal, 19th foul, but again, bonus. And now we're close to double bonus.
Good foul call, but not a good foul.
Yes.
In that situation, late in the quarter, you sub in to play solid defense, but you don't need to foul because now they're shooting free throws again with their best shooter.
Harrison will come out. As you mentioned, Lems, who has 20 points here in the ball game, including 10 in the first quarter. And now subbing out a little bit more offense for Vermillion as they have 13.8 remaining here in the quarter. They want another opportunity, still up by 4. Lems, the 1-and-1, will get a second opportunity. She now has 21 in the ball game. 42-39. Second free throw for Lems is up and good. She hits them both. She's got 7 in this quarter, 22 for the ball game. 42-40, 13.8 remaining in the quarter. Substitutions as Lems will actually come out of the basketball game. So Sioux Falls Christian gonna play defense. Will let Vermillion get off a last-second shot. It's with Roofers as she gets a screen. Still with Roofers. Over to Voss. Catch and shoot 3. Bang! Third 3 of the ball game. Brooklyn Voss. She gets surrounded. Brooklyn Voss. 11 points for her. Again, 9 from downtown. 45-40. Quick commercial break. We're back with an exciting fourth quarter in just a moment.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 57,000 participants here in South Dakota who take part in high school sports or activities.
Farmers know crop insurance is essential for managing risk. It's also valuable for maximizing revenue. The crop insurance officers at Farm Credit Services of America have proprietary tools and expertise to deliver the personalized crop and revenue protection you need for the peace of mind you want. Nobody delivers crop insurance like this. Discover the difference by calling 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
Birds like...
As you can hear the chants of "Here we go, Tanagers" inside the birdcage. The student section is on their feet. Brooklyn Voss hits a 3 right before the buzzer. Vermillion leads it by 5, 45-40. If you haven't buckled your seatbelt yet, buckle yourself in and get ready for an intense 8 minutes. Receiving vote, Sioux Falls Christian. Number 2, Vermillion, more specifically playing for what could be the DAC 12 title. Jensen to Herbster. Over to Hansen. Hansen, spin in the lane, turnaround jumper off the glass and good. Hansen with that now has 11 in the ball game. 3 different Tanagers with 11. They're up by their biggest lead of 47-40. Now, Sioux Falls Christian really hasn't faced a game as close as this yet this season. Wow. Wow. Popema had a move on Hansen. Looked like she just got by Hansen cleanly. Hansen now picks up her 4th, 10th team foul, so double bonus. The remaining 7-17. And Casey now the closest one to fouling out for the Tanagers, and the first free throw is good for Peyton Popema. where she has now 8 points in the ball game. 47-41. Second free throw. This one is also good. She hits both free throws. 47-42. Quick turnover as Lem steals it away. Handed off to Nelson. Over to the corner. Back to Nelson. Back to Peyton Popema. Popema over to the wing. Trying to get free at the moment is Vanderleest. Vanderleest drives. Puts her shot off the side of the backboard, but gets it back. Back to Vanderleest. She'll shoot the three. Off the mark. Gets back her own rebound. Shot blocked away by Voss, but they say she fouls. Voss will pick up her first. And again, double bonus. It was a shooting foul anyways. So we'll see 2 free throws, Vanderleest, though, got so many different opportunities there. And now a timeout. Head coach John Brooks in frustration. Cole, you just can't give that many opportunities.
No, I mean, you can nag on everything else that's been going on in this game, but when you look at it, like you said, it's just a shot that went off the side of the backboard. No Tanager went for the rebound, so you can consider that offensive rebound. Shot up, no good, offensive rebound, and eventually Sioux Falls Christian's going to start making these shots instead of giving up, or instead of getting offensive rebounds. And then you're really going to be in trouble because right now Sioux Falls Christian hasn't really shot the ball very well. I'd expect them to heat up pretty good in this fourth quarter. You cannot keep giving them second chance points.
And again, double bonus that was given up immediately to start this fourth quarter. 47-42, a 5-point lead. As you mentioned, certainly aren't safe by any stretch of the imagination against Sioux Falls Christian. And a rare missed free throw. Very, very rare. Vanderleest, who has yet to score here in the ball game off the bench, looks to respond back. Second free throw, she misses them both, but another offensive rebound. Popema dribbled it off of her foot. Jump ball called, and possession arrow favors Sioux Falls Christian. But again, a missed free throw, a missed rebound. Vermillion needs to do something.
23 rebounds for Sioux Falls Christian in this game. I would expect it to be at least 10 offensive rebounds for them.
Unofficial on that rebounding number.
Yes, of course.
But you gotta be pretty darn close. 47-42. Are we trying to call a foul here? Just let this go. We got.
I think they're going to do something with the shot clock because the shot clock reset, but possession did not switch, so it shouldn't have reset. I think that's what they were discussing.
Okay.
Yeah, let's take 2 seconds off the shot clock.
2 seconds, yeah, and that's what I was thinking too. It didn't seem like it mattered a whole lot. But, hey, in good faith of the game, let's change it. 33.
Absolutely. Better to get it right than not.
All right, here we go. Back in action finally after the extended break. They get to the top, Lems. Harrison now has it. Back over to Nelson, wide open three for her. Another offensive rebound, shot blocked away. I think we played almost 90 seconds of this fourth quarter, and Vermillion has had it for what?
Not very long, I can tell you that
20
much.
20 seconds, if that.
If that.
And Sioux Falls Christian somehow has only come away with 2 points so far. Just one opportunity after another.
Now we're going to take more time off the shot clock. I think they discussed they're going to say 23. Sioux Falls Christian's arguing that the three-pointer hit the rim.
It looked like they just mouthed 23 in the shot clock.
That's what I thought as well. Let's see if I can't pull it up on my screen here. This was the last one.
And now they're going to get
Did the three-pointer hit the rim? The answer is yes, it did.
Well, they reset the shot clock. And now a jump ball as Leah Herbster reached in to tie it up. Well, that took a while to get everything sorted out, and in the end, We finally get it all figured out. Vermillion, though, holds defensively without allowing Sioux Falls Christian to get a bucket. Plenty of opportunities to Voss, who has had the hot hand tonight, down to Leah Herbster, reach and foul, but with that now gives bonus to Vermillion, and now free throws become the name of the game. Leah Herbster will step up to the free throw line. Leah Herbster from the free throw line so far this season, 66%. 47-42, free throw up, and this one is good. Leah Herbster did not score in the third quarter. She does have 8 points for the ball game. 48-42, Tanagers up by 6, 6:24 fourth quarter as we've completely lost the flow of this game. Second free throw, this one is good as well for Herbster. 9 points now. Tanagers up by 7, and a possession, a quick turnover as Ellie Lems had a low pass. Excuse me, I apologize. Maya Nelson a low pass and was never able to grasp a hold of it. 49-42, 6:24 fourth quarter. Roovers gets the inbound pass across the Tanager logo over to Janaea Cleveland. Cleveland back to Roovers, now to Chandler Cleveland. To Herbster at the top, and we're going to get a foul, illegal screen that will go against Roovers, picking up her second personal. Again, we're past the double bonus. If you're curious, 12 team fouls on the Tanagers here in this second half. 49-42, 6:12 fourth quarter. Nelson in the backcourt, guard closely by Roovers. He's trying to reach in, fight for it back. Still Nelson. Picked up her dribble. They wanted to travel, not going to get it. Lems now driving. And a foul that will go against Leah Herbster. I think the officials have lost control.
Yes, that is the best way you could put it right there. There's no flow to this game. Both teams either playing physical or not physical enough. Yeah, you kind of hit the nail on the head right there.
Lems misses the free throw. Oh my goodness. By the way, Leah Herbster picked up her fourth personal. So Casey Hansen and Leah Herbster both riding on the bench right now with 4 personal fouls. How much longer can you hold them out if you're head coach John Brooks holding on to a 7-point lead? Second free throw is good for Lems. With that, she now has Michael Jordan's number in the game. Roovers. Dribble in between the leg as a 7th grader. That's fancy feet work there. Hands off to Jensen. Jensen will make her drive to the free throw line to Chandler. Chandler pull-up jumper. This one off the mark. Fight for the rebound back. Loose basketball picked up by Peyton Popema. Peyton has it. They go back over to the near side with Swift. The volleyball line with Nelson. Nelson to Ellie Lems. Lems gets the screen from Harrison. Around the perimeter they go, but no space. Finally a screen, a drive, shot left short. Loose basketball picked up by Janaea Cleveland. Quickly up to Voss. Voss steps by one, goes up with the runner. She can't hit. Fight for the rebound. Being tipped around, goes out of bounds off of Harrison. 49-43, 5:08 fourth quarter. As Cole got up on his feet, accidentally tripped over his chair there.
Oh, that was on purpose. Oh. I flipped that thing over on purpose.
Cleveland, turn around off the glass. Chandler Cleveland, 8 points off the bench. 51-43, Vermillion with their biggest lead of the ball game. 4:52, fourth quarter. Popema gets it down to Lems, back out to Peyton, to Nelson. Free throw line jumper goes. She got the lucky front iron to go back her way. She has 4 points in the ball game and a timeout for Sioux Falls Christian. 51-45, 4:42, fourth quarter. Cole, the ESPN line win prediction.
Man, I don't know, because I was just about to mention before that last shot, we got to remember this was an 8-point ball game. It felt like we were tied with 30 seconds left. That's how intense it is. That's how much that we know that Sioux Falls Christian can go on a big run. I still think we got to slightly favor Vermillion because of the lead, but if Sioux Falls Christian starts picking up momentum with that bucket, the Tanagers might be in trouble.
You mentioned how intense it feels, and that is just how much respect you have to give to Sioux Falls Christian. Again, I hide no feelings when I put my rankings out there. I believe Sioux Falls Christian is a lot better than receiving votes, and they're just barely receiving votes. Roovers dribbles it back out as Vermillion wants to slow it down for a moment, up by 6. Jensen, spin in the lane. Jensen is fouled. Cole, you shrugged your shoulders there, as in, I don't know about that one.
Well, sure, that's kind of how this third and fourth quarter have gone. I mean, was there contact? Yeah, some games you wouldn't call that, some games you would. That's just kind of how it goes, and Vermillion can't make a free throw.
51-45, 4:27 fourth quarter. You were passionate about that free throw there. Jensen will get a second opportunity as it was a shooting foul. Second free throw gets this one to go. Brooke Jensen, now 12 points in the ball game. She also scores in every quarter tonight. By the way, Casey Hansen is back out there with 4 personal fouls for the Vermillion Tanagers. Papama thought about shooting the 3, drives in the lane underneath to Harrison, and Casey couldn't play defense because she didn't want to foul out. Harrison now with 8 points in the ball game. 52-47.
That's one thing we're going to notice the rest of this game. The Chargers are going to start attacking Hansen and then Herbster when she gets back in.
Yep,
with those 4 fouls.
Yes. Thank you, Cole. Cleveland to Voss. Voss, the drive down the block, travel called. And Cole Large has some luck with overtime games as well so far this season. Had himself an overtime game just on Tuesday evening.
I said this about halfway through the fourth quarter of that last game between Centerville and Alcester Hudson. It had the feeling of an overtime. This one's got a feeling over an overtime. Why not? Number 2 versus receiving votes. DAC-12 clash. Why not?
Well, if you're a Vermillion fan, you're hoping, how about we just hold on to this 5-point lead and take care of business and go to the DAC-12 NEC clash, first in the DAC-12 and also leading. Makeup call, makeup call, makeup call. Nowhere close was that travel there that time for Swift.
Now Herbster checks back in. Once Sioux Falls Christian gets the ball back, they're going to start attacking Hansen. They're going to start attacking Herbster. Try and make them play up close. If they're going to keep giving up free buckets, we're going to see that a lot the rest of this game.
Roovers double team. We'll come back to that here in just a moment. Hansen back to Roovers. Roovers wants to get a little bit of space. Hands back off to Hansen. Hansen will drive back to Leah Herbster. Herbster down the block, uses the left hand. Leah Herbster hits 11 points. Vermillion back up to a 7-point lead. 54-47. Quickly, Cole, do you care at this point anymore? Do you allow Herbster and Hansen just to play?
I don't think quite yet because there's still a lot of time left. I think once we get under 2 minutes, absolutely.
You just saw it there. They let Lems shoot. Did Lems just hurt her ankle there? She just gave a face as though something came up at an awkward angle. She looks like she's fine now. You'd hate to see her go down if you're Sioux Falls Christian. And just in a battle like this, you never want a star player like that to go down. Herbster back to Hansen. Hansen, jab step to the left. Still Hansen, trying to get her way down the block. She's attacking the hip of Harrison and draws the foul. Harrison picks up her 4th personal, the 9th team foul. So a 1-and-1 upcoming for Casey Hansen. Hansen, from the free throw line, is 80%. If you will, the best free throw shooter, not percentage-wise, but the second one, or I should say who's in first, doesn't shoot as many free throws. So again, Casey Hansen, the best, hits the first. 8-point lead. Okay, Cole, 55-47. Do you have to get to 60 to win this game?
I feel like you've got to put more trust in Sioux Falls Christian. You almost have to get to 65 at this point to feel comfortable.
Second free throw is good for Casey Hansen. 13 points for her. This is now the biggest lead of the game for the Vermillion Tanagers. But again, one thing I look at, this Sioux Falls Christian team has never been tested like this. Vermillion has been. Again, Vermillion, 3 of their wins so far this season have come by 1 point. They have been battle-tested to the very last second. Sioux Falls Christian trying to answer back. At one point, they had a 9-point lead in this game. Can they do something? Swift, a 3-pointer. You mentioned you can't count them out. Swift, a big bucket there. Her first points of the ball game. 56-50. Head coach John Brooks calls a timeout. It doesn't matter how much it looks like Sioux Falls Christian might just slip. They come answering back again with a Swift who hits a 3-pointer, who has yet to score in the ball game. Answers with a big 3-pointer there. Cole, John Brooks conversation. What are you saying right now?
Right now, defensively, keep doing what you've been doing so far. This, like, you could say the second third of this fourth quarter so far. I mean, the defense they've been playing has been solid. Offensively, you can always make minor tweaks here and there. This is not the time for those minor tweaks. You just got to preach, slow down. I believe what's looking like right now, he's drawing up a play, try to get a bucket, but you got to remember, a minute 58, time is in your favor. You're up 2 possessions. You want to try taking about 20, 25 seconds just to try and get control of this game in this fourth quarter.
Yeah, you mentioned time and ball right now. Up by 6, which is a 2-possession lead if you hit threes, if you're Sioux Falls Christian, but you need threes.
Likely, since what we've seen this fourth quarter, this 6-point lead, likely a 3-possession lead, because Sioux Falls Christian has not hit very many threes this fourth quarter.
Swift just hitting that 3 was a big shot, to say the least. Roovers, the speed of the 7th grader, gets it really across the timeline. Hansen back out to Roovers. Cole is just saying slow down. And with 17 seconds, Vermillion's doing exactly that. You can get a bucket here. It could just be the dagger. Casey Hansen. The pass over to Leah Herbster with 7 seconds on the shot clock. Herbster, the runner in the lane, can't get the go. Offensive rebound. Cleveland didn't need to go back up. Herbster with the offensive rebound. Herbster will head to the free throw line to shoot 2. Shooting foul. It is also double bonus. And now Papama picks up her 4th personal. Free throw up, off the mark. If you're Cleveland, and I understand why she went back up with it. I would have too.
Absolutely. I mean, you can't. I mean, if you're in that situation, obviously from afar we can say slow it down, bring it back out, but just the adrenaline of that moment, there's no way you're bringing that back out.
Yeah, you're just in that moment trying to find something. Leah Herbster trying to make this a 7, if you will, a 3-possession game. Misses the 2nd free throw. Defensive rebound. Offensive rebound. Foul. What was defensive rebound?
Defensive rebound, rebounding foul.
Goes against Jensen, picks up her 3rd personal. It's the 14th team foul against the Vermillion Tanagers, and after we just missed 2 from Leah Herbster, Lems will shoot 2 the opposite way. And if you want to put the ball in someone's hands, oh my goodness, you would say it's Ellie Lems.
Right now, she's 1 for her last 4 free throws.
Oh my goodness, Ellie Lems, who's got 23 points in the ball game. You just don't think she's gonna miss. 2nd free throw, she gets this one to go. She now has 24 points, 56-51, 125 fourth quarter. It's Roovers, who's almost tripped up from behind. And now a pass. Coach John Brooks panicked. He panicked, uses a timeout, has 1 remaining.
But now you get to keep possession, draw up a play. Yes, panic a little bit. The back referee called it. He wasn't expecting that one. He was expecting that front referee to call it. But get a chance, slow it down a little bit, get everybody a breather, get everybody's head in the right spot, draw up a play. Both coaches drawing up plays right now, what they want to do. I believe what Sioux Falls Christian's doing right now, they're drawing up an offensive play for when they get the ball back. Vermillion right now drawing up something to slow it down. because the last thing you want right now is a quick shot. You'll take it if it goes in. You don't want it, though. You want to slow it down. Time's in your favor. If you run the shot clock all the way down, there's 50 seconds left.
All right, let's continue on this scenario. If you're Vermillion and get the bucket, a two-pointer, let's call it, 58-51, do you win the game there?
It's definitely a possibility. I'd say about 80% yes. But if Sioux Falls Christian comes down and gets a quick shot up, like they've been kind of doing so far lately, I don't know. I don't think this lead is safe.
Chandler Cleveland to inbound. Will get it to Roovers as they lay down the screens for her. Get it now to Casey Hansen. Hansen using the clock. 20 seconds on the shot clock. 1:08 fourth quarter. Back to Casey Hansen. Hansen to Roovers. It was a low pass that Roovers had to reach out and grab for. Still Roovers with 8 seconds. Roovers to drive. Her shot's blocked away. Gets it back. Tosses it back out to Jensen. The fadeaway three misses everything. 56-51, 49 seconds. It's Papama the opposite way. Picks up her dribble to Harrison. Harrison the drive. She lost it off of her knee. Jump ball called. Possession arrow favors Sioux Falls Christian. 56-51, 41.8. The Chargers will have to inbound, trailing by 5. Janaea Cleveland will come back in the game, and Roovers will take a breather. She is out. It will be Nelson to inbound the basketball. Nelson goes to Lems. Lems bounce pass to Harrison. Harrison shot. No, by Leah Herbster. It will stay, though, with Sioux Falls Christian Chargers. Look at John Brooks, a sumo squad. Come on, girls. Shouting out defensive instructions.
I mean, when you think about it, defensive stop here, that's almost the win.
Nelson over the corner, three-pointer. Swift off the mark, loose basketball, rebounding foul that will go against Harrison.
Nope, Harrison's going to go to shoot. They're going to call it on a Tanager. Oh!
And it will be Casey Hansen. She doesn't even realize it yet. Casey Hansen doesn't realize it yet. She's fouled out. She just looked at the scoreboard and found out she fouled out. She can't believe it. Casey Hansen's fouled out of the ball game. She'll finish with 13 points this evening. She can't believe it. Head coach John Brooks is just getting an explanation. Casey Hansen's asking the official, it was on me. She's trying to get an explanation. The official says, get out of here. Otherwise, a technical is going to be assessed. Voss does need to come in the ball game. They're going to let her come in now. John Brooks is trying to get substitutions in and out. He has to keep his mouth shut. Otherwise, a technical could be on the way, too. Voss will have to take the spot of Roovers. We're finally sorted out. 56-51, 2 free throws now for Harrison as we got all that cleaned up. Again, Casey Hansen fouls out. Missed free throw. 56-51. One more free throw for Harrison, the student section of Vermillion. Free throw is off the mark. It's an offensive rebound. Back to Harrison, to Lems. Her foot was on the line. It's only a two-pointer. 56-53. A quick timeout from Coach Dan DeYoung. Ellie Lems hits a huge jumper after another offensive rebound. 56-53. 23.4 remaining here in the ball game. Coach DeYoung calls a timeout. Both teams at double bonus. Vermillion a 3-point lead. Vermillion's best free throw shooter is off. Cole, who do you go to? You want to get to Roovers or Jensen?
Yeah. You're assuming they foul and shoot free throws. I'm assuming that's what you're thinking here?
Yes.
I'd say you got to get it to your best free throw shooter in late situations. Now, what we've seen from Jensen so far this game, no offense to her, but she has not played great. She's missed a few free throws. We haven't seen Roovers score yet this ball game. but she's been pretty clutch from the free throw line. I think you got to get it to somebody that everybody has confidence in to make a free throw, because Sioux Falls Christian's going to pressure you. They're going to pressure you hard for about 8 seconds, try and get a steal, then foul. That's what they're going to do here.
56-53. It will be Chandler Cleveland to inbound, calling out instructions. Here, girls about to run around. Cleveland looks. They want to go to Roovers. They find Jensen, who was wide open. And Nelson, I was like, I got the ball there, trying to tie it up. You're never going to get that, even if you do. Even if you did get the ball cleanly, you're never going to get that to go your way there.
Especially late game when the referees know they're going to foul, they're looking for it. You're not going to get away with that one.
Yep. I like her plead.
I thought Sioux Falls Christian was going to try not to foul a little bit there, and maybe that's what they were trying to do.
Jensen just needs one. 2-possession game. Brooke Jensen now with 13 points, 57-53. 21.8 remaining in this fourth quarter. 57-53. Brooke Jensen will get another one. Free throw is up. It's good. It's a 5-point lead. Quickly into Nelson. Nelson into the front court. Nelson trying to get down to Lems. Lems goes up with a shot. Can't get the go. Fight for the rebound. Voss looked like she deflected it away out of bounds, but they call a rebounding foul. Free throws upcoming for Lems. Voss will pick up her second personal. 58-53, 14.5. Lems has struggled as of late. The free throw is good. Ellie Lems now 27 points in the ball game. 58-54, 14.5. Second free throw up, and this one falls through for Lems. Coach DeYoung, I thought, call a timeout.
Nope, just a sub. Good quality sub there, because you could just stop the game and call out a play.
Cleveland will get wide open to Voss. Voss had no one around her. Voss gets it up to Jensen, to Cleveland. Oh, they got the pass off there. They got the pass off. You'll take the foul, but they look like they got the pass off to Cleveland to bleed more time off the clock. So again, Jensen steps up to the free throw line. Jensen just needs one. Brooke Jensen from the free throw line coming into tonight, shooting 71%. She has struggled so far this evening, but just made her last two. She has 14 points for the ball game. Free throw up, good. Brooke Jensen, when the moment at its highest, rises. 59-55. Jensen will get one more to just try to extend it to a 5-point lead. Jensen, free throw is good. She gets them both. Sioux Falls Christian, the inbound, as they quickly get it to Nelson. Nelson, the drive over to Lems, the three ball, this one off the iron. Rebound by Janaea Cleveland. And finally, the foul given with .9. This was a battle for the DAC 12 title. And in the end, Vermillion, a team that has been tested down the stretch so far this season, winning 3 games by 1 point, will go to Madison to take on #1 Hamlin for the right to be one. Free throw good for Janaea Cleveland. Vermillion will enter in 16-0. And with a first place spot by their name in the DAC 12. The inbound, it's over. It feels like a championship game. Vermillion wins it 62-55 as they beat receiving votes Sioux Falls Christian. Vermillion going down by 9 at 1 point in the first quarter. Found a way to score 20 in the second. Found a way to work through adversity. foul trouble, and in the end, finish it off. And if you can leave one other note in this game, put a circle around Sioux Falls Christian Chargers, a team that will come out of Region 3 and likely make a state tournament. Your final, once again, 62-55. The boys pregame show of our doubleheader is on the way next here on Live Ticket TV.
Like Tanagers are great at flying out of the way to miss your car. Deer and other drivers are not. If you're in any kind of accident, bring your vehicle to Blaine's Body Shop in Vermillion. We repair your vehicle to pre-accident condition and handle the entire process from start to finish, including an accurate estimate and dealing with the insurance adjuster. So good luck to the Tanagers, and if you're in an accident, bring your vehicle to
Blaine's Body Shop.
Welcome back inside the Birdcage as we get you set for game number 2 of our doubleheader tonight. It's number 3, Sioux Falls Christian, walking inside the Birdcage and getting ready to take on the Vermillion Tanagers. And before we quickly get into head coach's Jay Drake's conversation here on our pregame show, this is a Sioux Falls Christian team, as we talked about earlier, to open up the show tonight, to open up our basketball team, a Sioux Falls Christian team that Jay Drake and I both believe is actually number 2 in Class A. Media has them ranked number 3, but only one loss so far this season. Their only loss coming up last Thursday against number 1 Dakota Valley, 73-57. They were trailing by 4 points at halftime in that game before Dakota Valley pulled away. Otherwise, Sioux Falls Christian has been busy this past week. They also had a game on Tuesday beating Canton 69-53. But the question is, are all eyes ahead for Sioux Falls Christian as they have a game tomorrow night against number 1 Sioux Falls Jefferson, and then in the Pentagon Classic taking on DeSmit coming up on Saturday. Of course, the defending State B class champion. So what is in the mindset of the Sioux Falls Christian Chargers? And can Vermillion knock off number 3? What does it take? Here he is to answer those questions and get us ready for tonight's game. It's head coach of the Vermillion boys, Jay Drake. Coach Drake, as you get ready for Sioux Falls Christian tonight, you and I both mentioned that we both think they are the number 2 team in Class A. Their only loss coming against Dakota Valley, in fact, a week ago. And when you look at the Sioux Falls Christian team, I think you look at a lot of different teams you play this season. And we always talk about maybe 1 or 2 players that are really outstanding and you shut them down. And you can kind of compete with the rest of them. But this is a Sioux Falls Christian, going to be a lot like Dakota Valley, that can basically the whole entire starting 5, like T even, can go off on any given night and go out and put up 20 points. How does this going to be such a difficult game to stop the Sioux Falls Christian Chargers from scoring and scoring a whole lot?
Yeah, you're right. They're a really good basketball team. They're a balanced team. In a lot of ways, a typical Sioux Falls Christian team. Coach Shouten's done a great job, and they've had a lot of success over the years, and they kind of just, every time you maybe think they might take a step back, they just kind of reload. And the scary thing right now is they're doing it with a lot of sophomores. They start 3 sophomores, and really 5 of their top 7 are sophomores. It seems like every year we get a new group, and we'll play the C game, and we'll talk to their coaches, and they'll say, this freshman group is a really good group or whatnot. And, a year ago we'd heard a lot of stuff, and a lot of people were saying that their freshman class, this year sophomores, was kind of their best class they've ever had at that grade level. And, they might be right if 5 of them are in their top 7 this year, and being the basketball team they are. Really talented team, and they just play the game the right way. They move the basketball. They all have such a high basketball IQ. They can all put it on the floor, attack the basket, finish in the paint, but they're all can shoot from the perimeter. And anytime you're doing that, you're trying to keep guys in front of you. You're trying to limit dribble penetration. and yet you know you're going to get beat at times, and then to try to get out on shooters, you're kind of picking your poison from time to time, and with all that, the quickness and athleticism, and then you have the length with the Bruns kid inside who came over from Sioux Falls, Washington a year ago and really wasn't even starting until middle of the year last year. He was the kind of the X factor in our game in our loss at Sioux Falls Christian last year, and then he ends up being like a second-team All-State player by the end of the year. And then the other Goodberry kid inside at 6'8", 6'9". So, I'd like to say we have the answer and stuff, and I'd like to say it's different from other years, but in all reality, it's your typical Sioux Falls Christian team, and they're really good. They're really well coached, and we'll have to play very well to even have a chance tonight.
Yeah, I said I've gotten this chance to watch Sioux Falls Christian outplay several different times, broadcast their games with different events they had going on. And as you kind of mentioned, the list goes on and on for these players of accolades outside of the basketball court. I mean, football, quarterback, starter, cross country, state champions in soccer. I mean, the list just goes on and on. So let's focus more than on your team. It seems like we still haven't seen consistency. And what I mean by that is if Carter Hansen can just hit double figures, Robinson even hits double figures on Tuesday evening against Beersford, kind of like they have been doing, there's a good chance you win that game against Beersford, but that doesn't happen. Yet you have other guys step up, but not everyone is stepping up at the same time. I'm talking 3-4 different guys hitting double figures. If you could have that, you put yourself in a really good spot to be in games and winning more games. What was the emphasis in working on at practice to continue to get to that point this season?
Yeah, we've discussed it a lot throughout the year, obviously with our interviews here, and then with our team and stuff. It's a constant struggle and battle as a group, and what we're trying to find, and I say it all the time, I say it with our guys, is we have to have individual consistency across the board. And if we're getting guys playing consistent basketball, then we're going to be a consistent team. And you're also looking for individual improvement across the board. And, I think our guys are improving. It's just, I think we're a much better team here on February 2nd than we were 2 months ago. And yet we're still kind of up and down a little bit, not just from game to game, but within games and stuff. And kind of trying to, the key our guys have to understand is it's not easy either. Zoen and Carter Hansen obviously are our two leading scorers, or two guys that are averaging double figures right now. But they're still kind of learning the varsity game and the whole process. And what you got to understand, and people forget about in fans sometimes, is from a scouting standpoint, the other team, just like we're scout teams and trying to put together game plans on how we want to attack teams, they're doing the same with us. And right now, if they're looking at our team, the first two they're looking at are Zoen Robinson, Carter Hansen, and how are we going to limit those guys and make things hard on them. And, we're seeing their best defenders on those guys. We've got to try to do some things to help free them up a little bit. But it's tough, and they're both you're talking a sophomore and a junior, that this is the most varsity action now this year. But we're asking a lot of them too. The other night you're telling Carter Hansen that he's going to try to shut down Van Otterloo. We've had him try to guard Van Conen, have him guard Porter Enan, and that takes a lot of energy on that end of the floor. And then on the other end, we're asking them, hey, we need some production too. And so those are all things that as a team and individuals we're trying to kind of battle through and keep working and improving on. And, I think it was frustrating the other night with the loss, and yet we're getting there. We got to just kind of stay the course, hang in there, and try to finish strong here this last month as we go into the region tournament.
Coach Drake, I know you're not going to take this personal because you and I have had this connection for quite some time, but it was really relevant and even more profound, the conversation I had the other day with Carter Skogsberg on our post-game conversation. and then just seeing him, yesterday even signing on to go play football at the next level. It was great to see that. But in our conversation, he said, my job isn't necessarily to be the big man all the time inside, to go always get rebounds, to always put up a lot of points. My job is to help my brother. My job out there is to teach these younger guys to get ready. You talk about Robinson. You talk about Carter Hansen, sophomores and juniors, and even Wyatt Gestrin, who's battled knee injuries. Ethan Kerner, who hasn't gotten a lot of playing time throughout his career as a varsity level. Yes, this season is going to continue to be difficult with a lot of good teams left on this schedule. And I know you're not looking ahead to next year already, but how much is that transitioning starting to happen that it's, yes, these seniors now need to get the next wave of guys ready to make this next step and be great once again in the DAC-12 and in the region?
Well, it's interesting you say that because, just by you making the comment of what Carter Skogsberg said, it shows a lot of maturity, though, too. Which is, it's almost like you take it as one of those proud moments as a coach.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Is the leadership, and we've seen that from Skogs here, especially as the year's gone on. There's been a couple times, whether it's coming in the locker room at halftime, we always as coaches like to visit real quick and then come in the locker room and visit with our crew, or even after games and stuff. And usually when we're walking in, or as I'm walking in the locker room, the first voice I can hear amongst our team is usually Carter Skogsberg. And as a senior captain, just encouraging our guys and trying to lead both vocally and by example. And like you said, it was a good deal. He's heading to Dakota Wesleyan for football, and hopefully we'll have much success with that. But like anything, and it's unique with his brother, obviously, on the team as an 8th grader, but just setting an example on work ethic, how hard you got to work, and now doing it vocally as well is a huge factor. And, we feel we've got a lot of things we can still do here this next month, trying to jockey kind of for position. We're probably looking at a 6 or 7 seed, but if we could slide up to the 6, and like anything, you're trying to play good basketball and try to put ourselves in a position where maybe we can go knock someone off in the first round of regions.
Continuing off, knocking off number 3 tonight in Class A. I feel like you look at maybe some other teams within the region and even Del Rapids, there's a chance that you can have a win. And maybe when you get in that kind of energy, you try to play not to win, but not to lose, and that's where you slip up tonight. Let's be honest, Coach, no one is putting you as the odds-on favorite to win this game tonight. Is this one of those nights where you just have a lot more free-flowing basketball, you go out there and just have some fun and let the chips fall where they may, and maybe come up with an upset all by having fun tonight?
Well, yeah, our group we talked to yesterday after practice and during the scouting report is the biggest thing we're looking for tonight is just to kind of play with a relentless and kind of fearless attitude. We know we're playing a very good basketball team, and yet sometimes I think when you get in games like this, if you're kind of the so-called undermanned team, you shy away from the opponent, and things can pile on in a hurry. They're going into a stretch tonight, with this makeup game. That Sioux Falls Christian's going to play 3 straight days here. They play us tonight. They play Sioux Falls Jefferson tomorrow night. And then they play DeSmet, who's a very good Class B team, the defending champs at the Pentagon in a classic there on Saturday. Mm-hmm. So not ideal for them playing 3 games, and yet we told our group that they're probably, I don't want to say they're looking ahead to a Sioux Falls Jefferson or the DeSmet matchup, but I am going to guess that they would like to make short business of us tonight so they can rest some guys. And, what's scary about them is they only dress 12, and the guys 8 through 12 are pretty darn good too. But I'm sure they'd like to limit the minutes if they can. And for us, it's just go battle, compete, see what we can do. And you never know in high school basketball. We reminded our guys that the Madison team we saw and were right there with a few weeks ago, they went into Sioux Falls Christian and led by 11 at halftime and lost by 4. So you just never know. Yep. You got to go compete, play fearless, play extremely hard, and you just kind of see what.
Well, there he is, head coach Jay Drake, guys. Play fearless, play hard is what he was going to finish off there by saying, as once again able to catch up with him before our pregame show. For the Sioux Falls Christian Chargers fans out there, no chance to catch up with Mike. Coach Mike wanted to catch up with me during an interview time I actually had with the University of South Dakota, able to speak at Amy Sorensen's class today, her interviewing and communications class. I got to enjoy that, so Mike and I's time just didn't blend together, but I know what Coach Mike would say. He's proud of this team. Cole Larsh, this is an opportunity as well. We have actually seen this team so far this season. You can go back to the Hoop City Classic that we got to see them at against Thunder Basin, where they won 50-39. You feel like in that game we didn't quite see Sioux Falls Christian's capability because they played at 10 o'clock in the evening.
Yeah, that's definitely something we need to keep track of when we think about how they played. And obviously all those, especially playing in those classics, is just a different atmosphere, a different feel than what we're normally going to see from a team. So I guess I didn't technically see that game as I was outside dealing with my car and then driving home because I was that bad weather day. Charlie and I had the double overtime game, and then you had the last game. So I actually have not been able to see them play, but I know their history and how they've played in the past, so I would expect them to come out very fast.
Sioux Falls Christian Charger stars for tonight will be number 2, Tayton Snyder, the 6-foot senior guard. Number 3, Cole Snyder, the 6-foot sophomore guard. Number 5, Ethan Bruns, the 6'6 senior forward. Number 22, Griffin Goodberry, the 6'7 sophomore forward. And number 23, Britton Mulder, the 6'2 sophomore guard. For the Vermillion Tanagers, the same starting five they've had over the past few weeks, which includes number 23, Zone Robinson, the 6'1 junior guard. Number 24, Carter Hansen, 6'2 sophomore guard. Number 32, Wyatt Gestrine, the 6'2 senior guard. Number 33, Trey Hansen, the 6'1 freshman guard. And finally, number 52, Carter Skogsberg, the 6'4 senior forward for the Vermillion Tanagers. Just as they were in girls, Vermillion in all white, but the Sioux Falls Christian, instead of in blue, the Chargers are in their black uniforms, numbers and letters that are in blue, outlined in white. The Chargers come in ranked number 3, according to the media. Head coach Jay Drake and I have both said we think they deserve to be number 2. We'll see if the Chargers can put away Vermillion immediately in this, or just as we've seen with the Tanagers in the past, playing with speed and quickness and staying with teams. Ball in the air, opening tap won by the Chargers as it's controlled with the 6'6 Bruns. As they get to the top of the key, straight away 3, good! An instant 3 immediately from Cole Snyder, and you have to have a feel that every single team has seen what Del Rapids did to the Vermillion boys a week ago, putting up 12 in a matter of 90 seconds, and they say, let's do exactly that. Trey Hansen has it on the wing, the drive, pass goes to his brother eventually, back to Trey, three-pointer for him in the corner, good! Trey Hansen answers right back. And again, as I mentioned, Vermillion has hung with a lot of teams in this first quarter. Even when they went down 12-0 against Del Rapids, they didn't blink. Shot off the glass, and not good. Rebounded by the Tanagers. Hansen to his brother Trey. We better define Carter and Trey right now. But you gotta be careful about when we say Carters, because there's currently 2 Carters on the court as well. Carter Hansen, the 3 ball. This one off the mark. Carter Hansen couldn't get the fall. Carter Skogsberg fought for the rebound back, but couldn't get the go either. Rebounded by the Chargers as they have it in the corner. To the top of the key, they work it, and around the perimeter, Goodberry. Now over to Cole Snyder. Snyder back in the corner. 3 ball. This one off the mark. Rebounded by Trey Hansen. We're tied 3-3, but stolen right back. Cole Snyder picks it up. Now works it to Mulder. Britton, the free throw line. Back out. Corner 3. This one off the mark. And right now, Sioux Falls Christian with Cole Snyder. He hit that opening 3, but can't answer it right back. Again, Sioux Falls Christian Their only loss was against Dakota Valley, and they hung with Dakota Valley. Don't let that 15-point loss fool you. This is a very, very good Chargers team. I agree with Cole Snyder there. That was all ball. That was not a foul. They do call a shooting foul, and Robinson will shoot 2 free throws, and we have one of the best looks at it from where our vantage point is. That was a good block by Cole Snyder, but in the end, a foul called against him. And Robinson able to hit the first free throw, and Vermillion takes the lead 4-3. Well, early lead for the Tanagers. Technically a 4-0 run, if you will, as well. Second free throw. This one is off the mark. Skogsberg, nice job to tip it back, but no one there to collect. Now it's with Tayton. Tayton gets it down to Bruns. Bruns, streaking Snyder. Shot blocked away, though, by Skogsberg. Skogsberg just let Cole go up with it. The sniper now gets it. His three-pointer is off the mark. And quickly in the front court moves Bruns. Bruns dribbling between the legs. Back over to Cole. Down to Mulder as he tries to back his way in. Back out to Cole. Now to Tayton in the corner right in front of head coach Jay Drake. They swing it over to the wing. Now go baseline once again. 17 seconds on the shot clock. It's at the block in the lane. It's Tayton. Tayton goes up with a shot, gets it to go. Tayton Snyder, his first points of the evening, and it's a 1-point lead for Sioux Falls Christian. 5-4, 5:07 first quarter. Carter Hansen. Hansen pump fakes. Now will give it off over to his brother Trey. Trey almost lost it for a moment. Still Trey Hansen who controls for the Vermillion Tanagers. He'll make his move down to block. Last second pass off of Skogsberg, but he has it blocked away by Goodberry. But it's given right back to the Tanagers. Skogsberg has it, and finally this time, Carter Skogsberg is able to finish it off. His first points of the ball game. 6-5, 4:33 first quarter. Quick three from Bruns. This one is off the mark, but it's a rebound back up. Shot counts. And a foul. Cole Snyder gets the bucket. He has 5 points. And a foul called against Trey Hansen, picking up his first personal and the first team foul. The birdcage not as loud as it was in the girls' game, as some fans have left. Free throw is good for Snyder. He now has 6 points in the ball game. 8-6 against Sioux Falls Christian on a very, very busy next 72 hours, if you will. They play tonight, tomorrow, and then on Saturday, including Sioux Falls Jefferson coming up tomorrow, and then DeSmit coming up on Saturday. 8-6. Vermillion, Carter Hansen not able to get a bucket. Good student section as they stay on their feet for Vermillion as it's over in the coffin corner. Dribble it to the wing now is Tayton. Get to the top to Bruns. Now over to Goodberry. Goodberry back to Bruns. Straightaway three for him. The big man steps out and hits the three. Ethan Bruns. His first 3 points of the ball game. 11-6. 3:35 first quarter. And what has been a quick moving first quarter. Robinson hands off to Carter Hansen. Now to Gestring. Back to Hansen. Over to Trey. The freshman shoots the three. Good! My goodness. This kid's got some swagger as a freshman. His second three of the ball game. He's got 6. And Vermillion again within 2. You might be shocked to hear the Tanagers are 5-8. You might even be shocked to hear, Cole, that Vermillion has actually outscored their opponents so far this season. Down inside, Goodberry's able to finish for 2, his first scoring. So the Charger stars all have scored except for Britton. Jumper for Robinson's blocked away. Speaking of Mulder, he has it. Gives it off to Tayton. Yes, that's right, Tanager fans. I said Vermillion boys have outscored their opponents. They either win big or lose big is kind of what the whole entire scenario has been this season. That Beersford game was the closest that we had seen. Corner three, oh my goodness. Three-pointer there for Britton Mulder, and he looks straight to the student section and eyed them down. And
he's going to get a warning for that one.
I say the official, I thought, was going to give a technical because he looked at Britton, but he goes straight over to the student section. Even if the student section is John, you're going to get trouble It's always the second man, if you will. And I get it, Britain's just trying to quiet that student section. But when you walk into a hostile environment, you just have to get used to it. 16-9. If it gets too much out of hand, you will eventually see administration start to go over to the student section. 16-9, 2:34 first quarter. After the timeout from head coach Jay Drake, Bryson Skogsberg is into the ball game. Wyatt Gestring is out. So now the 8th grader and a freshman on the court for the Vermillion Tanagers. Trey Hansen, the freshman, has it. Gets it over to his brother Carter. Carter holds it above his head. Now over to Robinson. Back to Trey. Trey will move, dribble in between the legs. Still Trey, lets his man jump, but rebounding there, or should recovering, is Van Donkersgood. Got the second block, but the Tanagers get it back. The drive by Robinson, and jump ball called, as it was Snyder who just tied it up. Good call there by the officials. It will stay with the Vermillion Tanagers. 16-9, 2:08 first quarter. Inbound to Robinson. Robinson, and now a quick whistle. This time will go against the Chargers, as the Chargers now pick up their second team foul, and the foul is called against Van Donkersgood. Jude picks up his first.
It's a good call there, because Trey Hansen was getting held pretty bad underneath the hoop.
Deep inbound to Bryson Skogsberg, a 7-point lead for the Chargers. Spin in the lane and a travel called and a lost possession. Cole, we thought, and head coach Jay Drake kind of mentioned it, maybe a knockout punch coming right away, but we haven't seen it yet from the Sioux Falls Christian Chargers. They're just kind of hitting their shots when they need to.
Yeah, and you mentioned yet, because this Sioux Falls Christian team is very capable of putting a couple daggers in pretty soon. They seem a little, this is probably a pretty bad term for it, but they seem a little loosey-goosey on the offensive end.
Three-pointer, good. Well, whatever they may be, Van Donkersgood has 3 points, and now we've seen 6 different scores already for the Sioux Falls Christian Chargers. Maybe not necessarily always flashy, but a team that just brings their lunch pail and gets straight to work. Skogsberg not able to finish there at the rim. 19-9, 1:07 first quarter. Three-pointer, this one off the side of the iron. A lot of three-pointers as well. And when you're able to hit them, you can put teams away very, very quickly. Cole Snyder leads the way for the Chargers with 6 points. Otherwise, 3 others have 3, and 2 others have 2.
Ethan Bruns, 6 rebounds.
Wow. The 6-6
unofficial, of course.
19-9, 60 seconds remaining in this first quarter. It's a wing 3. This one just off the mark, but it's another offensive rebound. This one was by Bennett. Chargers get the ball back. Speaking of Bennett, he drives, puts up the floater off the side of the iron, rebounded by Vermillion. 19-9, just trying to get themselves into it right now at the moment. Already trailing by double digits. Robinson spin the lane, able to knock the shot down. Robinson has now 3 points. 19-11, 25 seconds remaining here in the first quarter. And Chargers say, you know what? Up by 8, we're content with holding till the very last second. I don't blame them. Bruns has it. Now go over to Britton. Britton, guarded closely by Robinson. Now over the corner, three-pointer off the mark. Rebounded. Bruns back up, gets it right before the buzzer. Ethan Bruns, 5 points. What? 7? 5 points, 7 rebounds. Casey Hansen. Look at Casey Hansen right now, Cole. 2 ice packs on the knees. 62-55 as we hit the second quarter. The second quarter coming up here in just a moment. How about that girls' game, though, Cole?
Oh, it was unbelievable, and I think the most amazing part about it, when you think back to it, was At one point, I was going to mention it but didn't because the play was going on. It was about halfway through the fourth quarter. It was an 8-point lead for the Tanagers, but it felt like it was tied with 30 seconds left. That's just how intense both teams were playing, and it was just a great game, great win for the Lady Tanagers. I mean, it was just absolutely great. That's one word for it. That's all I really got is great.
And going off that, and you know how much love I have for this Sioux Falls Christian team on the girls' side. This is going to be a girls' team that I truly think is going to make the state tournament.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, that's a really good...
You don't want to see them again.
No.
You don't want to see them again.
There's some parts of the game where you think that if Sioux Falls Christian hits, if you think about it, if they hit 3 more shots, they win. How many of those shots that you see a Sioux Falls Christian team normally make that they missed in that first, second, and third quarter?
And what'd you say, Lems for 28 tonight? You tell me Lems puts up 28 in a ball game, you think Sioux Falls Christian Chargers are going to win?
Absolutely. You think they win big, too, if you're just looking at that.
Step back good for Britt Mulder, who now has 5 points in the ball game as we're underway here in the second. Again, it was 21-11 after 1. And again, you heard head coach Jay Drake say on our pregame show, if you're Sioux Falls Christian Chargers tonight, you want to make quick work of this boys game. 3-pointer, good. That one's Bennett who hits the 3-pointer. But going off that, just make quick work so you can rest your guys, especially with what is coming up. I mean, tomorrow and Saturday, it's going to be very, very daunting. The Sioux Falls Christian Chargers start off immediately on a 5-0 run and now lead it 26-11, 7:15 remaining here in the second quarter. Did want to pull this up and go back to that girls game here for just a moment. As we saw at halftime, it wasn't close, and it didn't finish out close either. Hamlin beat Castlewood 53-27. So, Cole, no more debating on these media charts on who's 1, who's 2. We will find out Saturday in the DAC 12 NEC Clash. Hamlin will come in as the 1 team, and in Vermillion, the number 2 team. Should be a doozy. I don't even have to tell you, but I will. Of course, we'll have all the coverage right here on Live Ticket TV. The drive and a great finish by Carter Hansen. Put a star next to that one. 26-13, 6:53, second quarter. Down baseline, controlled with Carson. Back out. Carson will now shoot the 3. This one off the mark, but it's an offensive rebound, then lost for a moment. Ball will go out of bounds. It will stay with Sioux Falls Christian. Again, for the Sioux Falls Christian Chargers, only loss comes last week against Dakota Valley. Jumper, that one is good. And Goodberry now has 4 points in the ball game. 28-13. Hansen trying to get to his brother. Tipped, stolen, quickly, opposite way. Transition bucket for Bennett. He has 5 off the bench. 30-13. Cole, you're going to see a flashy team in Dakota Valley. I'm not saying that in a disrespectful way. I mean, I've watched those boys play plenty enough in my broadcasting career. They're good. But this Sioux Falls Christian team just isn't flashy. And they're so young, too. I mean, when you start 3 sophomores and 2 seniors, and you talk about a lot of sophomores and juniors still on the roster, this is going to be a good Sioux Falls Christian Chargers team.
What's really scary is, nothing against you, but you're saying this team's not flashy and they're not playing flashy. They scored 30 points in 10 minutes, and that's just how good they are. They might not have spectacular plays, but they get a lot of drive and kick and wide open 3-pointers. And like you said, this is going to be a really, really good Sioux Falls Christian team for years to come.
The way too early rankings? Would you start them off number 1 next year? I mean, that's just how good they're going to be. And you lose Snyder, and you're going to lose Bruns, 2 star players. But it seems like Sioux Falls Christian, as we mentioned, just one of those teams that can constantly reload. And you continue on with that conversation still, Vermillion boys as well, a young and upcoming team. I mean, this is going to be a dynamite team as well. Take that step back this year, but they're definitely going to be competing again in the region next year. Rebound, Carter jumps over his brother Bryson there. 30-13, 5:30 second quarter. I mean, certainly you want to finish out great this season for Ethan and for Carter and for Wyatt. You can't overlook what they've been able to accomplish, but again, a very young team, and I'm looking forward to what they're able to accomplish coming up. Foul called on Cole Snyder. He picks up his second personal, and just the third team foul. A total of 4 fouls called. And again, this is the same officiating staff that we saw during the girls' game.
But you also got to look at it this way. It's a different style of game being played between this one and the last one. Last game got a little physical and chippy at the end. This one, they're just playing fast and playing clean so far.
Under to Skogsberg. Skogsberg off the glass and good for 2. He has 4 points. 30-15, and Vermillion not shying away by any means, still competing hard, but just a lot of threes that have been drained in from Sioux Falls Christian so far tonight. Bruns will now kick to the corner. You would expect a three-pointer there by Carson. He didn't shoot it. Almost goes out of bounds. Oh, they say Goodberry stepped out before he threw it off of Robinson. And now there's substitution. Man, not a deep Chargers bench either. Again, only 12, so 7 on the bench. And they make constant rotation in subs as well. Did you doubt that?
No, I mean, you said it in the pregame, but I was just making sure because originally when I was making these, I had the girls team, Sioux Falls Christian. I said that they had 12, but they had 13 on their roster, so I was off, and I didn't know if I had this one off as well.
Bryson Skogsberg, the runner, and good for 2.
You judging me, all right?
I was absolutely judging you.
I know you were. I could tell.
Cole Larsh and I had the night off from each other Tuesday, which was a good thing. Heath was not in a good spot mentally Tuesday.
No.
I was very, very upset in life. And now a charge taken. And a 4th team foul. That's kind of a elbow thrown there. The foul called against Britton Mulder, picking up now his first personal, the 4th team foul. Of course, you'd be upset too if your fuel pump system went out in your car, which now means it could be 6 different things. And no, it's not just simply the sensor fuse telling everything not to continue to keep working. We tried that first. The drive by Trey Hansen, fouled from behind, and he will shoot free throws, 2 coming up. And now it's the 5th team foul against the Sioux Falls Christian Chargers. Shout out, though, to the boss, Gary Nimke, for coming and saving my butt. You want to know a man who's a superhuman? Gary Nimke is.
You didn't give me time to guess.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want to guess?
Not now. I know the answer.
What's his other nickname?
You've told me, and I can't remember. You've told me, too.
We call him the boss?
Oh, you've told me.
We call him 9 Fingers.
I was just thinking that, too. That wasn't what I thought of right away, but that's what I was starting to think towards the end there. Dang it, I could have had that.
Missing the left pinky from a motorcycle accident when he was young. In the lane, to the free throw line. Drive now. Kick to Goodberry. Goodberry puts down the dribble, and Skogsberg is able to take the foul. And now a foul out will go against Griffin Goodberry, picking up his first in the 6th team foul. Gary was hauling corn. Said, I need you to come save me. He said, all right, I'll go get the truck and trailer and a car, and I'll be on my way. 3 hours, or I guess 4 hours later, he was in Yankton, South Dakota to save me. 30-18 as Vermillion has been on a modest 7-0 run here to get back into it. Shot left short by Bruns. The Chargers get it back once again. Certainly hasn't been as explosive since the second timeout from Jay Drake will go out of bounds. It will stay, though, with Sioux Falls Christian with 3:05 remaining in this second quarter. Snyder to inbound. Snyder simply gets it in the bounce pass to Bruns. Turnaround jumper. Way too easy to get to Ethan, and then he doesn't miss those shots. 32-18. 2:53 second quarter. Carter Hansen Now to young Skogsberg. Skogsberg spin, trying to get by Snyder, off the glass and good for two. Bryson keeps playing that way. He's going to be fun to watch in the future. 32-20. Bruns, jab stepped one way but didn't make his move. Now to Snyder. Back to Goodberry, back to Snyder, to the corner. Mulder now to Goodberry at the block. Underneath to Bruns. He wasn't necessarily ready for it, but collects. He has quickly 9. Cole, how many?
What? 8? Okay, 8 rebounds. You were saying points, and I was different from you in points. I don't know. 8 rebounds, though.
Thank you, Cole. Almost a double-double.
9 rebounds.
Quickly the opposite way. Corner 3. This one misses everything. And a rebounding foul that will be called against Skogsberg. He doesn't agree with the call. He picks up his first. Just the second team foul.
10.
So one more point. How many points do you have him for?
I have him for 7. But I also got off somewhere.
How many did you score in the first?
3.
And he scored 5.
Oh, see, that's where I'm off. We were also different in the first game, too. But I didn't say anything because I figured I was off.
You're doing a little bit more over there than me. Snyder?
Finally, you say something about it.
Wow. The producer getting upset. Turnaround jumper good for Griffin Goodberry. Goodberry now has 6 points. And just when it seemed like Vermillion was right back into it, clawing back in, the lunch pail comes back out. They got done eating their sandwiches. And Chargers going a little bit of a run their own.
Never heard that one before. I'll have to add that to my repertoire.
121. Second quarter down to Bruns, and he can't finish it off for the double-double yet. Hansen across the timeline. Over to his brother Carter. Carter, who enjoys the winter, I guess. He said it wasn't cold enough when I saw him coming inside for the game tonight. I don't know what he was talking about. Young Skogsberg with the jumper gets it. Bryson now with 6 points, all in this second quarter. 36-22. 51 seconds remaining. The drive and the finish there by Bennett. Bennett, the sophomore guard, now has 7 points. 38-22. Does it feel like they put up 40 here?
Nope.
Skogsberg, the three-pointer. This one off the mark. His brother gets back the offensive rebound. Carter goes up off the glass and good for 2. Carter Skogsberg with 6 points. 38-24. 22 seconds remaining. And Tate Snyder is calling out instructions. Coming up here at halftime, we'll catch up with head coach John Brooks. We'll also see if we can't catch up with a Vermillion girl to talk about that exciting victory earlier to remain undefeated and right now be in sole possession of first place in the DAC-12. Fadeaway. Oh, that would have been sweet. If Bruns could have hit it, he's not able to do so. And at halftime, it is the Sioux Falls Christian Chargers who add another 4 to their lead and lead it by 14, 38-24. As we mentioned, we'll see if we can't catch up with a Vermillion girl. I have a feeling it's going to be Chandler Cleveland as she makes her way this way. And we'll have our first half statistics, as I mentioned, John Brooks, all coming up here in just a moment.
Automotive Collision Repair.
Let's be real. You work. You worry. You wait. You wonder. These are the challenges of life on the farm. As a community bank, First Bank & Trust understands this rural reality. They're big enough to help ag producers grow for the future and small enough to get to know you right now. Our ag bankers have ag backgrounds, which means we'll help you work through the tough years and make the most of the great ones. First Bank & Trust. Real banking, real easy.
This is what matters. This is beyond X's and O's. This is the difference mutual respect makes. This is what character looks like. This is what defines us in South Dakota. This is sportsmanship. School sports, it's not the outcome that matters most, but the way the games are played. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
We'll get to our first half statistics here in just a moment. We'll also catch up with head coach John Brooks as we get you set for the second half. But as we mentioned, a players' conversation. Whew. Chandler Cleveland. My, oh my. So I talked to Coach Brooks coming in to this game. We talked about the goals you have written down as a team. And one of those is to win the DAC-12 title, regular season title. Coming into tonight, both teams were 8-0. You knew the situation. If you win tonight, you move into first place. You get it done, 62-55. First, how does that feel?
It feels great. We have a good team, but honestly, when it comes down to it, it's just having to execute, and we were able to do that tonight, so it feels good.
Well, you talk about execute, and I brought it up with you before, but again tonight, things didn't look good at times, especially at the end of that first quarter, 16-7. You guys didn't blink. You answer back with, we go back to Saturday, 0 points the second, 20 tonight. What was it that you guys were just able to fight after that first quarter didn't necessarily go your way?
I think it's just having confidence in the team. We all have players who can score. We're all aggressive. We all can get to the ball. So I think just having that confidence in our team, even when things aren't going good in the first quarter, sometimes we do start off a little bit scary, but I feel like with our team, we know we can get it back. So just having confidence and trusting one another.
You talk about going back, and you can really see that in the third quarter when you guys start to finally get a lead and kind of maintain the lead. And I know you won't take credit for it, but one of the biggest reasons why was because of you. You came off the bench and finally started providing that spark offensively. What'd you see in the third quarter that made the shots finally fall for you tonight?
Well, Brooks just talked during halftime of trying to be physical in the paint and do what you can do to finish the ball. He talked about Lems. She goes up, she finishes strong, she has her eye on the basket. So going into third quarter, I just knew I wanted to do what I could to be physical in the paint and try to help our team score.
At one point, you were able to draw a foul, but I saw the way you moved. You moved your butt first in, let the contact come, go up with the shot. Did you learn that from soccer?
I honestly probably just learned it with my mom. She usually likes to play defense with me on the post, and she likes to bully me a little bit, but she always says, and Brooke says too, he says draw contact and go up strong, so that's just what I was trying to do.
You guys are able to finish it down the stretch. At what point did you feel comfortable that you thought you guys were going to win? Was it the final buzzer that went off?
Yeah, it was when I looked up at the clock and there was 0.9 seconds left and we were up by 5. That was the only time I felt relaxed. But
you now move to 16-0. As we mentioned, 9-0 in the DAC-12. There's still a lot. I mean, you look at the grand scheme of this whole entire season, this is nowhere close to being over. Did you ever have a fantasy, a dream that it would ever be going the way it has so far this season, especially when you played against the teams and talent that you have this season?
Well, one thing that we can pride ourselves in is we always have a really hard schedule, so I knew we were going to be good and I knew our team could be successful, but honestly I didn't see us going like undefeated, so it's just amazing to be able to be a part of that.
We knew it by Saturday afternoon. I don't know if maybe you girls knew it by going into that game against Laverne, Minnesota. It was already set. You were going to play number 1 Hamlin. And I think even with a loss against Laverne, you still would have been number 2 in the media polls. But now it's official. Hamlin won tonight. So it's all out there on the line. 1 versus 2. DAC-12 NEC in Madison, South Dakota. How excited are you?
I'm so excited. They have 2 people that I throw against, and they're really good. So honestly, I'm just excited to play them in a different sport. And yeah, I'm just excited. Hamlin's really good and physical, and it's more exciting when the game is physical just because you can really get into it. So yeah, I'm excited.
Are you ready to go to bed now?
Yes, I'm tired. I got homework, but
well,
yeah.
I better let you go do some homework. Chandler Cleveland, let's go get the Chargers, all right?
Yep.
There she is. Here on our halftime show, we're going to step aside for a quick break. When we come back, we'll see if we can't catch up with head coach John Brooks.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Agraria Insurance Company, protecting what's important in life. Contact your local Agraria Insurance Company agent.
Advertising can be a struggle. Where to spend your money? Are you reaching the right audience? If you are looking for an effective method that reaches a large fan base at once, then here is your spot with Live Ticket TV. With over 65 schools in the state of South Dakota, we can help you find the right market. Plus, you can work with me, Heath, and a portion of all sales made go right back to the school. Get a hold of me today and let's get started in helping build your brand with Live Ticket TV. (38-24) as we're at halftime. The Sioux Falls Christian Chargers lead it over the Vermillion boys. We'll get you to the third quarter here in just a moment. We'll continue on this conversation with head coach John Brooks. I noticed when you walked over here, your voice was a little raspy. I know it might be because you're still sick, but man, oh man, you had to use your voice tonight. Get a smile, Coach. There was a goal to win the DAC-12 regular season title. You haven't won it yet, but you now move into sole first place at 9-0. Damn, how good does this feel?
Yeah, this is a big one for us, and it's put us in position with one game left against Dakota Valley in the conference to get a win on our home court to seal up the conference. So that's one of those goals that we talked about in pregame, and just a gutsy effort by our girls tonight. We had our kids played really hard. I mean, Sioux Falls Christian gets after you. Their kids played really hard. It was just two good teams going at it.
What was it, second quarter, more specifically at halftime, the adjustment you made to Ellie Lems? Because in that first quarter, she was on track to score 40 points and run your team out of the gym. She was killing us.
And we told the girls beforehand she cannot catch the ball in the paint, because if she does, she's going to score it. And she caught it in the paint a ton in the first half. So, we tried to front her. We tried to deny her. We went some zone a little bit there in the second half to try to contain her there a little bit. You just got to keep the ball away from her. And we said stay after her. I mean, she's eventually got to wear out a little bit here with our pressure and putting different bodies on her. And we're able to tire her out a little bit, and the girls did a pretty good job in the second half.
We've talked so much about your team being inconsistent offensively. Let's be honest. I mean, it hasn't looked good at times. We saw that in the first quarter. You answer back with 20 points in that second, and you put it with a 1-point deficit at halftime. How good did that feel to answer back there in the second half, or excuse me, the second quarter?
Yeah, message after the first quarter is we're down 7. We said, hey, there's a lot of game left. Just settle in. We're fine. We've been in these situations before against really good teams, and all the girls were just looking at me with confidence, nodding their heads. They knew exactly what we needed to do, and they stepped up and did it. And I thought we played really good offense in the second half. I thought we got really good shots, got the ball inside, got to the free throw line. So really happy with the way we played offensively from the second quarter on.
Opening shot there missed by Bruns, and it goes out of bounds for the Vermillion Tanagers as we're back underway here in the third quarter, joined with head coach John Brooks of the Vermillion girls. I mentioned it to Cole Larsh. Godspeed. We hope we don't see Sioux Falls Christian ever again this season.
They are good. They are very good. I knew exactly on what I saw with them on film is exactly what we got tonight. Physical inside, good length on the perimeter, very good guards that can shoot it. I thought we defended the three-point line really well tonight. Didn't let them make a bunch of threes, which they can do. But they are balanced. They are deep. They're a very tough team.
We also go back to our offense with the Vermillion girls. The starters get it done. You go back to 4 into double figures on the evening. How nice did that to see? And then Chandler Cleveland off the bench really step up in that second half.
Yeah, Chandler was a beast tonight. I mean, inside, she was just rebounding. She was guarding Lem. She was guarding Harrison, undersized in there, and just competes like crazy. And then made some big post moves for her in the paint and finished some big-time shots there in the third and fourth quarter. So that's what she needs to bring us off the bench. She can do that. She stepped up big time for us.
Wyatt Gestring hits a corner 3, his first points of the evening. I said it to you in the pregame show. I said it multiple times tonight. This is a Vermillion team that's battle-tested, probably more battle-tested than any other team in Class A. Hamlin gets a good win tonight, but again, it's against a Class B team. It feels like 1 versus 2. yes, Hamlin is very, very good, but how happy are you now to just end this debate 1 versus 2? Let's see who comes out number 1.
You know, it's one of those deals where tonight we told, as a coaching staff, we knew this was the most important game this week for us to get the conference win. And, you know, we get to go play Hamlin in a Classic, which is great. You know, we get to see another top team or the top team in the state. But that one doesn't make or break your season or make or break a goal. It's just fine. Let's go compete against teams from other areas in the state and let's find out where we're at. And just like when we played Wagner, just like when we played Laverne, Hamlin's going to be a great test. They're physical. Their starting 5 is as good as anybody in the States. And we got to get one big day at rest tomorrow and be ready to go again.
Well, let's get that rest to your voice, and let's go get the Hamlin Chargers on Saturday evening, all right?
All right, thanks a lot, Heath.
There he is, head coach John Brooks, as we're into the third quarter here, 44-27. Also, as mentioned earlier by head coach John Brooks while we were off of air, a big victory for Dakota Valley tonight over Elk Point Jefferson in girls scores. Again, Vermillion hasn't officially won the DAC-12 title yet. 9-0, they go in sole position against Dakota Valley. You would say in past it's never been easier, but this year it seems like it might be a little bit easier, especially with Rosenquist now at DWU and not playing for the Panthers.
Absolutely.
Foul, Ethan Bruns will be shooting 2 free throws. Caleb Brozick is calling me right now. I don't know why Caleb Brozick would be calling me. I really want to answer this phone call and just bring him in the middle of the broadcast. It'd be kind of interesting to see how this would go. I believe he's actually in Yankton, South Dakota. He's probably calling me right now to say, Heath, can I come over and spend the night? Caleb, the answer is yes, you may, but you're going to have to stick around for a while back in Yankton. You should have also texted me earlier today to stay. I guarantee that's what that phone call was. I should have just answered it. 44-27, 5:08 third quarter.
You should have. What were you thinking?
I know what I was thinking, and in the end, the thinking was right. 3-pointer from Wyatt Gestring is off. Quickly the opposite way, deflected, goes out of bounds. If you work anything around us live ticket TV boys, sometimes our opening statements aren't always kid-friendly.
Yeah, that is true, I guess. You've got a point there.
And that goes for many of us, just having fun. And like I said, sometimes we get a little, as Cole would say, loosey-goosey. 3-pointer off the mark, 44-27.
I did say that, didn't I?
Robinson the drive and had it stripped away by Snyder. Chargers quickly the opposite direction in the lane. Bounce pass to Snyder. The drive and finishes it off. Tate and Snyder with 4 points in the ball game. 46-27, 4:25 third quarter, and a foul called that will go against Tate and Snyder. It's the third team foul, and Tate will now pick up his second. 4:25 third quarter, 46-27. I'm gonna shoot him a text. It's Carter Hansen who has it. Move it over to Robinson. Robinson the drive. Jumper off glass. Good. Robinson 5 points here in the ball game. As the Chargers try to bring it in the front court. Deflected out of bounds. It will stay. No, excuse me, a foul call. Picking up his first personal. Yes, Cole.
Jeez, pay attention to the game, would ya?
What do you mean? I'm not texting right now.
You're funny.
46-29, 4:06 third quarter. You can't multitask?
I can't. I've been doing it this whole game.
Oh, wow. Mulder.
Boom, roasted.
Thought about shooting the 3. Drive. Charge taken by Carter Hansen. And Britt will pick up his third personal, 4th team foul. Oh, okay, yes. They still had Zone Robinson's foul up there of 23 and 1. And I was like, how did I get so far off of my fouls?
Well, wouldn't be the first time.
Wow, okay. You know what?
You and your foul.
46-29. 3:43 third quarter. Quickly the opposite way. Bucket counts. foul. Britton Mulder will head to the free throw line. All right, close out timeout. You can have your microphone back.
Thanks for warning me that you were unmuting me. I would have gotten banned by the FCC.
I do have the power of God with the microphones over here. I can mute you at any time. Free throw is good.
Hey, you always did that to me at the Hoop City Classic, so you guys would make fun of me, and then I couldn't hear you. Or you couldn't hear me, but I could hear you.
8 points for Britton. That's when you were running sidelines. Our sideline reporter. Got to get Charlie Preen to come do sidelines for us here in Vermillion. Carter Hansen, spin, jumper, can't get to go. Rebounded by Ethan Bruns. What is he up to now?
12.
That's what I was thinking.
And 9 points.
Kick it to the corner. Back out. Three-pointer. Good. Haven't seen a three yet in this quarter for Sioux Falls Christian. And Cole Snyder now gets one. I have him for 9 points here this evening. 52-29. What do you have him for? 11?
11.
See, I missed a shot earlier, and I didn't know who it was. It was Cole Snyder. Thank you, Cole.
13.
Quickly the opposite way. Drive.
Man, wow.
Count the bucket. Tate and Snyder heading to the free throw line.
This Chargers team is just so fast.
And they're getting close to the running clock rule. 54-29. Now a timeout for head coach Jay Drake. We'll step aside. We're back in just a moment here in the third quarter.
At Northern State University, your future starts with an affordable education that's personalized for you. Experience hands-on learning guided by world-class supportive faculty. You'll also enjoy a full campus life with opportunities to choose from numerous student activities and events, all in a safe, welcoming community. At Northern, you'll find a college that's right for you, a place to belong. Your future starts here. Unleash your potential at Northern.
There's no better organization that gives back to the student athletes than the Booster Club. The Vermillion Booster Club is committed to helping all student athletes grow. Join the Tanager faithful today by becoming a member at GoTanagers.com. While you're there, check out team apparel for your favorite sports team. Like them on Facebook to stay up to date on all the latest information and sports games. Join the Vermillion Boosters today and go Tanagers. Well, they're ranked number 3 in Class A for a reason. Sioux Falls Christian Chargers starting to open this one up in the third quarter. Snyder is able to hit the free throw. He has 5 points in this third quarter. 7 for the ball game, 55-29. Caleb Brozick responded back, and he told me what I thought he might want. Three-pointer off the mark, goes out of bounds. Quick three the opposite way. This one off the mark that time for Braden Whitty. 55-29, 2:27. Three-pointer, Robinson able to hit. Zone Robinson now has 8 points in the ball game. 55-32. Move from perimeter to perimeter. At the wing, the drive, pick up, bounce pass over to the corner. They're looking to maybe shoot a three again. Back off to Cole Snyder, free throw line. This jab step, work inside, just moves so quick. Missed bucket, but an offensive rebound, shot blocked away this time. And Robinson will bring it in the front court. Robinson, the jumper, this one off the mark, rebounded. Quickly, the opposite direction, 1, 2, 3 pass, and there it is. Van Donkersgoed gets the bucket. He's got 5 for the ball game. 57-32. 1:24, third quarter. Skogsberg backing his way in. The floater left, and it's going to go out of bounds as it did not draw iron. And it didn't take a deflection either. Substitution as Wyatt Gestring is back in. Zone Robinson is out. Cool, I forgot to get to you. What did you notice of interest as we see it on the bottom ticker of scores, but maybe we missed it earlier? Something a little interesting.
Yeah, close game. at Elk Point Jefferson. Number 1 Dakota Valley leads them 68-60 with 5 minutes left in the fourth. It caught my eye because Elk Point Jefferson had that within 1 just before the end of the third.
Wow. Well, as we expect, Dakota Valley able to start pulling away from teams just like they did against Sioux Falls Christian last week after it was a close one. Top of the key. Now the drive down to the block, floater off the glass, off the mark, and rebounded. Final minute. It's over to Carter Hansen. Hansen. Pass over to Wyatt Gestring. Gestring trying to get it back to Trey Hansen. Ball took a deflection back to Carter. Carter the drive, the jumper, good. Carter Hansen has just, 4 points in the ball game. Low scoring night for him, 57-34. Chargers are starting to bring on a little bit more of their second team as well. Maybe haven't talked about that enough. Haven't run as many starters here in this second. Oh, young Skogsberg went after it and just took the legs out from Snyder. A hustle effort. Snyder does get up okay. Dangerous play. Don't want to see that one happen. Would have hated there for an injury, 57-34. Snyder does get back up, and he, with no rustled feathers, if you will. Snyder has the basketball. The drive to the corner, three-pointer, good. Three-pointer there for Whitty. Whitty has his first points of the evening. And we head to the fourth quarter. It's all number 3. Sioux Falls Christian 60-34. The fourth and final frame coming up here in just a moment on Live Ticket TV.
Agriculture is like no other business, which makes Farm Credit Services of America like no other lender. Owned by the farmers and ranchers we serve, our customers have a voice in how we work, a stake in what we do, and share in our success. Discover a lender that works for you at Farm Credit Services of America.
Hi, this is Kristen Cunningham with Chic Boutique by Kristen & Company in Centerville, South Dakota. We're an all-size inclusive boutique offering sizes small through 3X on many items, including denim jeans and jackets, shackets, pants, skirts, graphic tees and sweatshirts, joggers, school swag, hats and caps, many fashion accessories including purses and lots of jewelry. And we also offer gift items for birthdays and weddings. Get your shopping fix at 636 Broadway Street, Centerville, South Dakota. Open Tuesday through Friday, 10 to 7, and Saturday, 10 to 4.
Let's... Name that song, Cole.
What's that? Sorry, my Wirecast is acting up. I wasn't paying attention.
Name this song.
Oh my gosh. See, I'm bad at this because I know songs, I just don't know names of songs. By the way, 14 rebounds for Ethan Bruns.
As the starters, some of them back out there, and some of the second team right now out there for Sioux Falls Christian. Rod Stewart, stay with me.
I wouldn't have gotten there.
Okay.
I recognize the song, though.
Good tune. One of my favorites. Actually, it's my favorite from Rod Stewart, for being honest with you. That's saying something. Three-pointer, this one off the mark. Well, Sioux Falls get 4 more points without Vermillion scoring. We will get a running clock. Robinson, though, just goes like, hey, you know what? You're not going to defend me. I'll easily go to the rack and get 2. And with that, he hits double figures on the evening with 10 points. 60-36, 7:03 fourth quarter. But as we kind of expected, Sioux Falls Christian to get up to this type of lead and then just now coast. Again, for the Chargers, games coming up tomorrow against Sioux Falls Jefferson and then DeSmith coming up on Saturday. Three-pointer good for Braden Whitty. Whitty now has 6 points in the ball game. And of course, that game against Sioux Falls Jefferson tomorrow for the boys, it's just going to be an absolutely huge game. Of course, Sioux Falls Jefferson has yet to lose. That bucket for the Chargers. Van Donker is good. Now has 7 points here on the evening. Carter Hansen trying to get some space. Back to Robinson. Wide open 3. Might as well, young man. Can't get the go. Wyatt Gestring is fouled. 5th team foul on the Chargers, and he'll head to the free throw line. As I mentioned, Sioux Falls Jefferson coming up tomorrow for the Chargers, 13-0. Sioux Falls Lincoln behind them at 11-1. Did you see JT Rock? The best part,
I did.
The best part of that video was him trying to fix it.
Hey, yeah.
He thought he could just push it back up and everything would be okay.
Well, when you look at the pictures, that's kind of what it looked like. I mean, the base of the rim was there. It looked like it was something popped out.
Can you imagine that, though? Us having to pick up our equipment and moving to the auxiliary gym right now.
No. See, we'd figure out a way to do it wirelessly, probably. I don't know.
65-37, and here in Vermillion, we have the huddle camera here in the main gym. There isn't one of those in the auxiliary gym, so you would need your main camera there, Cole. Cole's like thinking about it right now, and he's having a heart attack.
I'm not really thinking about it. We'd make it work.
We have had to tear down from a broadcast spot and set up a new one in a matter of 5 minutes before. Jumper is off the mark.
We have done that. I remember exactly where that was, too.
I do, too. It was all because we said we should be there in the first place, but no one wanted to agree with us. Hanson the drive. Hanson off the glass. Can't get a shot to go, but he's fouled. Then we'll head to the free throw line. 5:25. You know what the funny part is, too, about all that? That was a school that wasn't on with Live Ticket at the time that is now with Live Ticket. You can always fix relationships. I guess the relationship was never broke. I don't hold them against it. Maybe just a little bit.
What? No, you wouldn't hold something against somebody.
Hey, I'm not a mean person. 65-38, second free throw is good. Depends on who you ask. You ask my ex-wife, she might disagree with that.
Again, no further comment at this time.
As now it looks like, I believe, Sioux Falls Christian has dumped even more into their JV team. In fact, I think for tonight they did dress more than 12, Cole, because there's someone currently on the court that I don't even have the number for.
I was going to mention that we do not have a number 44 on our rosters.
Three-pointer is off the mark for Hanson. Skogsberg, the offensive rebound, he leaves it short. So, well, we expected Sioux Falls Chris Chargers try to put it away tonight. They're able to do so, and as we mentioned, they're going to go dip deeper into their bench. And now a foul called. And it looks like Dakota Valley, as Cole showed me, starting to pull away from Elk Point Jefferson, 73-60, as we're 3 minutes left there in the third quarter. Skogsberg is able to hit the first free throw. Carter now 7 points in the ball game. Second free throw is off the mark. Sioux Falls Christian into the front court. A great Chargers team. Jumper, this one is good. As that was Carson Embers who was able to score his first points of the evening. 9 different scores tonight for the Sioux Falls Christian Chargers. A quick turnover, Carson the opposite way. Missed his shot, offensive rebound, can't finish it off there, was Bennett. And then a whistle that will go against Carter Hanson. 67-40. You know, I apologize. That was a foul against Bennett. It's now the 17th foul, so we'll have bonus upcoming on a 1-and-1. Or excuse me, 8th-team foul. And we're getting even more subs as Brandon Van Beek will check into the game. And also Cameron Schock is into the ball game. Second free throw as Carter Hanson able to hit them both. In the ball game, he has 8 points, 67-42, 4:15, fourth quarter. Kick over to the corner, the drive, and the shot fouled, and heading to the free throw line. Heading to the free throw line will be number 44. Oh, wow.
He's not on the varsity roster because I just filled this out about 4 p.m.
And
let's go to the JV roster.
The crazy part is I feel bad, but he's not even on the JV roster. Like, I have the secondary rosters now pulled up, so we're going to have to do some more research here. I'm not going to give up on this kid. He hits both free throws. I want to know who he is.
He's probably on the JV roster, just in a different number. He's probably got a different number between JV and varsity.
That could be.
So this made your search a lot harder.
You know, and now I'm starting to guess myself. This wouldn't be Will Munson, would it be? Because everybody else we've called off on our varsity roster.
It sure does appear that way because there's not a number 30 on the bench or on the floor.
And I say that because he has the size of a 6'3". So that's if I wonder if it's Will.
It very well could be. I think that's probably your best bet.
Charger fans, I apologize if it's not Will. But I think that's what we're going to go with. 69-42. As I even looked off to the freshman rosters, and they did not exist on the website there. 69-42. So, like I said, I assume that by all the other numbers that we've called so far this evening, and everyone's checked off our list. Robinson the drive, and he's fouled from behind. And right now, no starters out there. So what would Ethan Bruns finish with tonight? 11 points and 16 rebounds?
9 points and 14 rebounds.
I had him for 2 in the third quarter.
I have him for 2 in the third quarter as well.
Remember, you missed him for 2 points in the first quarter. You only had him for 3, remember?
Yeah, you're wrong on that because it didn't add up. I'm sticking to it. I'm going to die on this hill.
I'm going to give him a double-double for
You know what? He's got 10 points and 14 rebounds. We'll meet in the middle. He's got a double-double.
And now the starters for Vermillion will come out as well, 69-42. Robinson, the only starter out there, as he misses his second free throw. So JV versus JV a little bit. As the drive, bounce pass off the glass and good for 2. That's Brendan Van Beek. 71-42, 29-point lead for the Sioux Falls Christian Chargers. And now a foul called. And more free throws upcoming. As currently on the court is Landon Cerny and heading to the free throw line.
According to our public address announcer, number 44 is Will Munson.
All right. Mr. John Fry, the principal. So I'm glad we got that right. Glad we got Will figured out for the evening. Thank you, John. Free throws are good for Cerny. So he's got 2 points now. 71-44. 2:49 fourth quarter. Mulroon is finishing out the final few minutes here. Sioux Falls Christian, as I mentioned, talented team. And now what's crazy about this team as well, they come together on the basketball court, but so many of them play at so many different spots. Some cross-country runners, some soccer players, some cross-country during the fall. And I said the talent just carries over. And now Will able to hit once again. 73-44. Vermillion has not allowed the running clock yet. So again, the Vermillion girls, if you missed out on it earlier, get the victory tonight. Sioux Falls Christian Charger girls have just now 2 losses on their season, 13-2. Of course, they're going to get the maximum loss seed points, if you will, which is going to help them. And again, a dangerous Sioux Falls Christian girls basketball team that you do not want to see if you're anybody in the postseason. Three-pointer for Roehrig is off the mark, and it's going to be rebounded by Braden Whitty. And probably bet both Sioux Falls Christian teams will be participating in the state tournament. A three-pointer off the mark, especially coming from Region 3. I'm trying to think. Man. The only way, I want to say you probably put Del Rapids and Sioux Falls Christian out of the region for Region 3. But you got to remember Madison comes out of that too. And we saw Madison go toe-to-toe with this Sioux Falls Christian team just the other day.
They just lost to Beresford tonight. That Madison squad did.
Oh, wow.
By 12, I believe.
You're hot and you're cold.
You yes, then you're no. You're in, then you're out. You're up, then you're down. You're wrong, then it's right. I don't remember the rest.
That was good. 3 songs that we got in tonight.
We can get more. There's a lot of time left.
Kick out Shondone, three-pointer, good! Shondone hits the three-pointer, 73-47. Kearney will come out as Vermillion tries trying to get everybody out there on the court as Wyatt Morris will check in, the junior. Across the timeline, as Sioux Falls Christian just trying to dribble this one out. They'll have to shoot one more. Straightaway three off the iron. Rebounded by Wyatt. Cerny will bring it in the front court, still playing some basketball here. Kick over to Rorik. Rorik will take the shot for three. This one left short. Trying to get the rebound. Reverse, he'll lose it out of bounds. 73-47, 18.4. Sioux Falls Christian continues their dominance so far this season, as Sioux Falls Christian's going to move to 13-1 here on the season. Again, their only loss comes against Dakota Valley. Doan, foot on the line, missed it anyways. Ball's going to go out of bounds, and it will be Sioux Falls Christian, and they'll just bring it into the front court and finish this one out, getting the victory tonight over the Vermillion Tanagers. Vermillion, it doesn't get any easier as they play at 10:15 Saturday morning, and then have number 1 Dakota Valley coming into the birdcage on Tuesday evening. Your final, 73-47, split tonight as the Vermillion girls get the win over Sioux Falls Christian, 62-55. Again, the Sioux Falls Christian in charge of boys get the revenge and move Vermillion boys to 5-9 on their season. The final score, 73-47. Post-game show is coming up next here on Live Ticket TV.
Be real. You work. You worry. You wait. You wonder. These are the challenges of life on the farm. As a community bank, First Bank and Trust understands this rural reality. We're big enough to help ag producers grow for the future and small enough to get to know you right now. Our ag bankers have ag backgrounds, which means we'll help you work through the tough years and make the most of the great ones. First Bank and Trust. Real banking, real easy. Member FDIC, Equal Opportunity Lender.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Agraria Insurance Company, protecting what's important in life. Contact your local Agraria Insurance Company agent.
Limestone canyons, flowing waterfalls, and pristine beauty make Spearfish a sanctuary for those seeking the ultimate escape. Outdoor enthusiasts will find top-notch sport climbing, mountain biking, and UTV OHV trails. Guests are steps away from peaceful hiking trails and tranquil streams. Relax and rehash your day's adventure at one of our award-winning local breweries. Finding rest is an important part of any adventure. Lodging in Spearfish comes with a variety of choices, from cabins, B&Bs, and campgrounds to the comforts of your popular brand-name hotels. To find your unique adventure in Spearfish, go to visitspearfish.com now.
If you are self-motivated, accountable, and eager to learn new skills, we'd love to talk to you about a rock star career. Masaba in Vermillion is hiring full and part-time manufacturing positions for the rock industry. Masaba provides comprehensive training in a clean, safe, and state-of-the-art facility. Masaba offers competitive wages, a fun and interesting work environment and culture. Join our team of rock stars. Visit masabainc.com to learn more.
At Northern State University, your future starts with an affordable education that's personalized for you. Experience hands-on learning guided by world-class supportive faculty. You'll also enjoy a full campus life with opportunities to choose from numerous student activities and events, all in a safe, welcoming community. At Northern, you'll find a college that's right for you, a place to belong. Your future starts here. Unleash your potential at Northern.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 57,000 participants here in South Dakota who take part in high school sports or activities.
Farmers know crop insurance is essential for managing risk. It's also valuable for maximizing revenue. The crop insurance officers at Farm Credit Services of America have proprietary tools and expertise to deliver the personalized crop and revenue protection you need for the peace of mind you want. Nobody delivers crop insurance like this. Discover the difference by calling 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
73-47 is your final in game number 2 as the Sioux Falls Christian boys get the win over the Vermillion Tanagers. As Sioux Falls Christian, as head coach Jay Drake and I both mentioned, a team that we believe is number 2 in Class A. Get a dominating performance that certainly is going to be tested for the Sioux Falls Christian Chargers coming up here in the next couple of days, as this journey for them doesn't get any easier. They take on number 1 Sioux Falls Jefferson coming up tomorrow, then DeSmit, defending Class B champions, coming up on Saturday. So this is going to be a really fun Chargers team over the next couple of days to see what they're capable of doing. Hoping to catch up with a player here on the postgame show and catch up with head coach Jay Drake. I will say this much, they haven't emerged from the locker room, so it might be a late night, and we might not be able to catch up with head coach Jay Drake. But, Cole Larsh, go over the final numbers for us.
Over Vermillion, they finished the game 47 points. They were led by Zone Robinson. He had 10, and we'll go down the line as we see it by number. Cerny had 2 and a rebound. Bryson Skogsberg, 6 points. Carter Hansen, 8 points, 2 boards. Wyatt Gestring, 4 points. Trey Hansen, 9 and 2 boards. Sean Doan with 3 points. And Carter Skogsberg with 9 and 7 rebounds, 2 steals, and 2 blocks. They scored 11 in the first, 13 in the second, 10 in the third, 13 in the fourth. For their 47, they fall to 5 and 9 on the season. Then on the opposite side, for the number 3 team in Class A, the Sioux Falls Christian Chargers, they were led, very balanced scoring I must add, but they were led by Ethan Bruns. Double-double for him on the night, 11 points, 14 rebounds. Then we'll go down the line as we see it by number. Tayton Snyder, 7 points and a board. Cole Snyder, 11 points, 2 rebounds, 2 assists. Carter Engbers with 2 points. Brandon Van Beek with 2. Griffin Goodberry, 8 and 2 rebounds. Britton Mulder, 8 and 2 rebounds. Mulder, excuse me. Jude Van Donkersgood, 5 points and a board. Will Munson, 4 points. Brandon Whitty, 6 points, 3 boards. And Bennett Wassenaar, 9 points and a board. Sioux Falls Christian, 21 in the first, 17 in the second, 22 in the third, and 13 in the fourth quarter of their total of 73. They go to 13 and 1 on the season.
As we mentioned, you look at that Region 3, you feel like it's going to be Sioux Falls Christian and Del Rapids who are going to get out of the region, and then from there, I mean, you just don't go against this Sioux Falls Christian team. They're going to make a state tournament. All right, Cole, here's $1 million question for you. You've gotten to see them both play against Dakota Valley. Odds-on favorite, of course, Dakota Valley to win it. But if Dakota Valley were to be upset in the state tournament, do you like Sioux Valley or Sioux Falls Christian better? I'm saying Sioux Falls Christian.
Oh, Sioux Falls Christian. I don't. Got to think about what I'm going to say now here, because when I watched parts of that Dakota Valley-Sioux Valley game. I know Dakota Valley played good, but I was not impressed with Sioux Valley. I just wasn't. And I come out today and watch the Sioux Falls Christian team. I've seen their scores across the season, kind of flying a little bit under the radar, you might say, as sitting at number 3. I mean, that's not very under the radar, but they very well could be 2. I think that Sioux Falls Christian is their biggest risk going into the late in the season and even in that state tournament. I think Sioux Falls Christian's got the potential. They've got the players, they've got the coaching, they got the scheme that they can pull off any upset they want.
By the way, Dakota Valley, what happened in that fourth quarter?
I believe.
What'd you say? Outscored Oak Point Jefferson 16 to what or something?
Let me get you. It was a 1-point game at the end of the third quarter, and they won by 17.
Wow.
So I believe. Now, if I got to remember correctly, I believe it was 17-3 was that fourth quarter.
Wow. Dakota Valley just pulls away from Elk Point Jefferson. That's why we say undisputed number 1. They've left really no doubt so far this season. And again, looking over to the locker room, we have not seen the players emerge. We have not seen head coach Jay Drake emerge either. We'll keep it here for just a moment. But Cole Larsch getting ready for now Saturday. Thoughts on both games, 10:15 in the morning, playing in Redfield for a makeup game for the Vermillion boys, and then at 6:30 for the Vermillion girls DAC 12 NEC clash.
Well, I think the Vermillion boys have a pretty good chance against this Redfield squad. Kind of glanced at Redfield's schedule. Haven't really played anyone that great, and if they did, they kind of got blown out a little bit. And you look at Vermillion, they've got the capability to score a lot of points. They can hold teams to few. This is kind of what we said in the pregame and early in that game. They either lose by a lot or win by a lot. It's really no in between. I think this one should be a close game. I think Vermillion's probably got the edge a little bit there, just playing tougher competition throughout the season. Then the nightcap, Vermillion and Hamlin, I mean, that's what's basically a coin flip. I mean, you look at it both ways. You can kind of analyze the game either way, and Vermillion might have a slight edge because of competition they've played, battle-tested late in games, as we've seen these past, I don't know how many games they've had close these past couple of games, and it's just, I still think Vermillion is, if they could get out of the gates better in that first quarter, they'd blow most of these teams out, and it wouldn't be close games. But on the flip side, you'd rather have close games so you can build on that and learn from what you did wrong. And I think Vermillion's going to have a slight edge because they're battle-tested late in close games, kind of what we saw tonight.
We have not seen head coach Jay Drake emerge from the locker room yet. This is a long conversation that continues on with his guys. He does have other obligations as well, so we're going to wrap things up. Everything continues once again Saturday morning, 9:30 in the morning. His pregame coverage start for that Redfield Vermillion boys game, and then around 5:30, 5:45, we'll have coverage of the Vermillion girls, unless that DAC 12 NEC clash goes a little bit later. But nonetheless, we will have full coverage right here on Live Ticket TV. Cole Larsch and I will even have a few more games to help out during that tournament as well, and we've been tabbed to help out with a few more games, so looking forward to it. Otherwise, once again, the Vermillion girls go into first place in the DAC 12 and remain undefeated as they get a win tonight, 62-55, and the Sioux Falls Christian boys take down the Vermillion Tanagers by a final score of 73-47. For our producer and color man, Cole Larsch, I'm Heath Nimke, bidding you adieu and have a wonderful rest of your evening.